Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of the Minigame Podcast for Wednesday, May 14th. We will do a little bit of warm-up for maybe an hour, maybe less, and then we'll jump into the video game news. I actually scheduled this to air, or announced it was going to air 30 minutes later than I really was going to start. And then my macro was running so slow because I didn't work on it to fix the little bug it has, which is a bigger bug because it's just slowing down the whole process, that I eventually just had to give up on running my macros and manually open all the news articles today. There is something interesting here on Yu-Gi-Oh! Too, in that I noticed there is this event called, what is it? Dice Rally. Which, yeah, the whole idea of anything new in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel is actually shocking because they've just really gone 3 years and not added anything at all. And it seems like what they're doing is recreating that couple of episodes where they tried to introduce different games or spin-off games to Yu-Gi-Oh! With like Dungeon Dice Monsters, I believe was the name of it in the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. And I think they did make a couple of at least one Game Boy game based off Dungeon Dice Monsters, but that was basically all they ever did with it. And frankly, all I think you really could have done with it. Of course, now in modern times, you might be able to pull something off like that and have a spin-off Yu-Gi-Oh! Game that plays completely different. Seemingly here, though, this is just a example of a pretty normal Monopoly-like mini game that gets put into mobile games, fairly common. Does look like you might have some good chances of winning cards, which that would be more reward than anything. But the first part of it, though, still is going to be selecting a deck and actually dueling. And so this is just a different way, weirdly large way, of having what already existed in the game, which is just the dual pass. Same general concept, different rewards. Just keep playing, work your way up. I have not missed for a second Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel since I stopped playing well over 6 months ago. Probably closer to a year ago, as time continuously flies and I don't move anywhere as fast as time does, and I'm constantly upset by that. It's just, I don't accomplish anything as much as I would like to in the amount of time that moves forward. But as we scroll down the 24-hour peak concurrent chart here on SteamDB, I did accomplish a couple of things. I finished the Talos Principle 2 with no hiccups at all. I got the perfect ending because I solved all the puzzles. I think you would have had a really good ending if you just ended the game with a level of positivity. And it is crazy that there are achievements, I can now confirm, in the Talos Principle 2 to take a completely different worldview or take a middle of the road worldview, and you get achievements for that. Like, you could get a completely different character than what I got to be mayor, and you potentially could get a completely different ending. But progressive ideas, which is what the game really was coming down to, is, do you want to follow a conservative idea of a goal had been established for a long time ago, and the society, people in the society were saying to stick with the goal and not try and grow or do anything more. Although inherently it made no sense to even make these conservative arguments, because they are robots making these arguments, and their batteries and their machinery are breaking down as they age over decades and centuries, which their time scale is seemingly a lot longer than you would even expect. You would think that the Talos Principle 2 took place maybe a couple decades after the events of the first game, but they make it seem to me like it's closer to at least 400 years after the events of the first game. Which, yeah, that is a really big time gap, certainly, to jump. And yeah, the counter arguments of conservatism in that aspect was literally just making an argument that the robots should learn to live with less and should learn to live with nature and just not try to expand their city any further or repair things. Although inherently, again, living with less as your batteries are breaking down, as you're not mining for new materials to make new batteries, is just insanity. It's suicide, and it's not particularly depicted well or explained well that is the state that the society and the Talos Principle really is in at the beginning of the game, is that they have effectively decided, the powers that be have decided, that the society should just give up and be depressed and do nothing new and maintain their own power. But also it's weird because there's really no mustache twirling bad guy in the Talos Principle 2. It's all mental philosophical arguments, really. But yeah, I definitely think if you took the middle of the road option, you're not going to feel particularly great about that. And if you took the conservative option, I don't think you're going to feel great about that, because one ending of the game literally gives you a theory of everything where you can just create matter from mere thought and have infinite power. And the other end, the conservative end, is you're going to die and your entire society is going to die. Which there are no downsides from the ending I got at all. I thought there would be a downside. I thought at least somebody would die or something would happen to say there is no perfect outcome, but there totally is. And inherently, I think people who would have put 50 hours plus into a puzzle game like the Talos Principle 2 are probably going to be more open-minded and open to change. I know there probably are some conservative people that love a good jigsaw puzzle and all of that, but you're not going to do the laser light puzzles in the Talos Principle 1 and 2 without also having to listen to the philosophy. And even though I skipped almost all of the reading, you still get exposed to a lot of philosophy and reading in text form. And certainly the Talos Principle 1 is very much an anti-theist argument. It's just that the god in that case is Elohim, the computer program, not a Judeo-Christian god, even though Elohim is the name of the Judeo-Christian god. This computer program just took that name and pretended to act like him. So yeah, most conservative people in the United States particularly, but I think around the world, are also not going to be incredibly anti-theist or even willing to listen or go down the path of anti-theism. So yeah, it definitely feels like they made the Talos Principle 2 based off of some faulty thinking that anybody would really see the other endings. That being said, it must be a little bit harder to see the other endings, to see the perfect ending, because only 33% of players actually made it to the good ending that I got, which, in fairness, probably only 50% of players made it to the ending at all. And then when I got done with the main story, I thought it would unlock the other contents that you see as you load into the main story. And nope, that was one bit of DLC with 3 different components that I have not bought. And it doesn't really benefit me to do that DLC right now, so I'm not going to go out of my way to buy it at full price. So that is it for the Talos Principle 2. A fine game, but I would definitely say not as good as the Talos Principle 1. I just think the Talos Principle 1 had more thought put into it and wasn't really just an excuse for the Crow team to learn the Unreal Engine and charge consumers to pay for their team to learn the Unreal Engine, which they didn't do a great job on that. Even after I turned off the XMP profile on my RAM, which is what I think finally fixed my computer from crashing, from the game crashing, which it's still turned off, and I may very well just leave it off. But yeah, the overclocking on my RAM, even after I turned that off, there was still an occasional visual glitch. And inherently, it's not like the game looks particularly better at its lowest video settings versus its highest video settings. So I did some experiments at the end there, just testing, and yeah, going forward, I'm going to turn off vertical sync on games, and if it has a frame cap, I'm going to try and frame cap it at like 70 frames per second. That way it will always be above 60 frames per second, which will be the number of frames actually captured by my camera. But when you turn it to unlimited frames per second, in at least the Talos Principle 2, performance goes down quite a bit. So you're getting more frames theoretically, but they don't look as good, which makes no sense at all. And turning all of the graphic settings way down maybe gives you more frames, but makes the game look a lot worse, but not that much worse. And turning the graphics all the way up past what it auto-detected and said my computer could really handle, it didn't make it look that much better. So didn't feel like the settings actually changed too much. And honestly, I think it is potentially a case that that's true for a lot of video games, is that they just have these default Unreal Engine video settings and they have no clue what it really does. They haven't really put a lot of effort into it, or it may not do anything at all. It might very well just be an idiot box designed to make people think they're affecting the visuals, when in reality they're just experiencing the placebo effect. So yeah, that's one thing I accomplished. Also still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket and Madoka Magica, etc. here, Magi, etc. Which, yeah, looks like they may put in a little bit more content into the game, but not sure how much and how fast they're going to put in new content in the game. They're probably at least doing more interesting new content than Pokemon TCG Pocket. And yeah, still playing Memento Mori, and they've got a new character, which I got lucky on the new character. Many times new characters come out and I never even get one copy of the character. This time, on one of my accounts of the 2 I play, I got the new character on the very first draw, which is great, because then that gives me time to take the currency, the gems you get through the daily grinding, and save it up for some of the catch-up characters that I haven't gotten a single copy of. But yeah, other than the new character Memento Mori really isn't adding anything new. They're just doing a new different event that's been done multiple times. They cycle in one type of event one month, and then a different type of event the next month, and then a different type of event the third month, and then go around in circles. Sometimes they take a few weeks break, but still that's better than what Pokemon TCG Pocket does, which they do very similar things, but their events are even less interesting. The power adapter on my CCTV system shorted out yesterday, and so I bought a higher amperage 12 volt adapter to replace it, and had it delivered overnight through Amazon. Still, unfortunately, like most people, buying way too much from Amazon, in the sense that we should probably be boycotting Amazon, and in the sense of just buying too much overall. So slight issue there, but I fixed it. Although I have made a mistake on my because it connects to the Tuya Smart Home app. I had a smart card that was showing me one of the cameras connected to the CCTV, which is technically a sub device, and I accidentally deleted that from the home screen, and I cannot figure out how to put it back. I believe either there was a software update in the app that removed that functionality, or there was a software update in my network video recorder to remove that functionality. There might be a setting issue too I have set somewhere that makes that work differently, but yeah, that certainly sucks, because I definitely did not intend for that to happen. But yeah, there is still very much a point where my network video recorder was really the only one I could even find that would work with a Tuya Smart Home and let you have your cameras in the smart home like that, which gives you some extra integration and one amp instead of two to deal with. And yeah, my doorbell barely works too in that same way, as far as a video doorbell system. So yeah, there is a small chance, a small hope that in this whole situation where there are tariffs and probably less purchasing of objects, devices can be worked on in the secret in the background, and a new generation of devices would come out that are way better. But it's probably not going to happen that way. More than likely, particularly for the Tuya cheap smart home stuff, a lot of those companies are going to either just arbitrarily raise their prices and improve nothing, or go out of business, But yeah, I don't see how you could just sit around for a few years waiting for tariffs to disappear and come out with a new product that is way better. There's apparently controversy going on with the AeroPress. AeroPress being bought out by different company, different person, and they came out with this new premium edition that, unless you're afraid of microplastics, seems to be worse in every way and like 5 times as expensive as the original AeroPress was, as far as a coffee maker type device. But yeah, that may very well be what happens a lot in the next few years with a lot of different companies. Video game companies not excluded. I did spend most of today. Yeah, really didn't do anything else today other than working on my new YouTube short macros, advanced scene switcher scripts, trying to get them to work so that they will include text to speech. And I am extremely close, but not quite there. I had to do a lot of experimenting, tried one app, didn't work, tried another app, didn't work, and finally figured out that I could just use PowerShell and effectively not use an app at all, at least while on Windows, which inherently is a problem, as I'm putting in extra work to add text to speech to the YouTube Shorts, and then it is using Microsoft's Zira desktop navigator API, which Zira is the name of the female voice. I think Dave is the name of the male voice. And it sounds pretty decent. I wouldn't say first class. I wouldn't say the most recent generation of text-to-speech. But also it is local text-to-speech. It is not trying to connect to any kind of server that probably would eventually want to charge for text-to-speech. I am sure that Alexa's and Google's and Microsoft Azure, which they have a online Microsoft Azure text-to-speech API also, all would sound better. But it doesn't sound terrible, which is really all I really want it to be. Is I don't want it to sound completely robotic to the point where it's annoying. I want it to sound at least slightly like a human. But yeah, I don't know if it's ever going to get to the point where you're going to have local text-to-speech that sounds amazingly good. There is also a difference in many text-to-speech voices and algorithms and programs, because I wanted to look at this Card Captor Sakura game, since I played a mobile Card Captor Sakura game a few months ago and then eventually got bored with it. It wasn't good. This, I don't think, came to the West by the looks of these screenshots, and it looks to me like it is very much a probably recreation of the anime series. Let's see if maybe we can get a description of what it is. Makes use of the real-time clock feature to provide variations in gameplay based on the time of day. The player is tasked with utilizing the clock feature to help Sakura locate cloud cards from the perspective of her guide, Cerberus. The player explores various rooms at various times of day in order to find cards, while also partaking in Sakura's time at school. What, boy, does that seem like there is no game there at all. Boys, we forget about this, and this is 1999, so on the verge of the 2000s, 25 years ago, basically 26 years ago, Game Boy Color, and boy, is it really easy to forget about the awful low effort things that were put out, particularly for the Game Boy. Apparently this has only been collected by 4 players on Moby games too, which, yeah, And apparently you would pay $44.90 to get it on eBay today, so it's probably a little bit rare too, which wouldn't be surprising because I imagine it's not much of a game and people don't really care about it too much, which those tend to be the things that are really rare, is that decades upon decades have to pass where nobody cares about it, and then eventually the collectors realize that it's extremely rare. So yeah, I don't know where I stopped my rambling there, but yeah, I've spent the whole day working on the text-to-speech thing and cropping what is a grid of 3 rows and 2 columns of YouTube shorts down to be 6 individual shorts. With the text-to-speech, if it supports SSML, which you really want it to, the voices are going to inherently start to talk. It's really the difference, like where really old generations of text-to-speech would just phrase out the word and only really look at the word and maybe the word ahead of it, maybe to the period, whereas even relatively any recent text-to-speech is going to try and look at an entire sentence, an entire paragraph, to have kind of just a context and feel of how fast it should read and how it's going to say things, and it's just going to come off way more natural and not like a metronome, in that it's just saying every single phenome at the exact same pace. And with SSML, you have an HTML-like tag system where you can add breaks and you can tell it to pronounce certain things certain ways. So if you give it a bunch of numbers and you're telling it to pronounce it at like a time, it'll pronounce it one way. Or if you tell them to pronounce it like a measurement, it may pronounce it a different way. Or if you want them to say something completely different with SSL, you can tell it to do that also, which in any kind of static form of text wouldn't make sense, but when you're potentially replacing variables into a format of an SSL form, then it starts to make sense. If the time changes every time you want to make a video, in my case, then that helps quite a bit. So yeah, in particular, once I get through this middle patch, I will try to have it emphasize, which is another tag you can use, a please subscribe to this channel in the middle of the text speech, in between the general description that's on the Steam page and then the longer description of the game, just to try and get people to subscribe more. But yeah, it's going to come off rough, and then it's going to be worse too, because when I go to Steam OS and Linux, it's going to basically be a miracle if there's a better text-to-speech engine on Linux that sounds as good. Although, maybe. I know that I played around with a couple text-to-speech apps that were graphical user interfaces, and they sounded alright. So, there may very well be no problem there overall. But the Microsoft SSML has to be perfectly formatted or it won't work, and if it doesn't work, nothing will work. The FFmpeg mixing of the two audios won't happen, and then the videos won't get cropped and split up. So I've got to get it all to work perfectly and be as bulletproof as possible. as far as not having weird issues where it just fails. But I really need it to happen. One of the reasons why my macros may not be running on Firefox using UI Vision could very well be because I just have way too many tabs open overall. Now that I'm done with the Talos Principle 2, I am going to probably go back to finishing up the what is it called? Broadwell series of point and clicks. That might be the name of it, but might be Barnwell. Yeah, I've totally forgotten the name. It's the last name of the character. But I have like one more game to go through that series, so I'll go through that. And then, yeah, I'm not really planning on trying too hard to kill myself as far as overexerting myself cleaning the house. I should stop using that phrase. I really need to learn to stop using that phrase. People, I imagine people overreacted to me using that phrase even when I was like in high school or middle school. But yeah, I'm just prone to exaggeration, not prone to self-harm. So here's a Game Boy Advance Goku game, which I imagine might be more of a game, but may very well not be much more. Yeah. Inherently, you are just gonna have a smaller screen, so this feels a lot more like a Pokemon game than a fighting game, which I don't know if it's a fighting game at all. And then there was a Cowboy Bebop game, apparently too. I bet that didn't come over to the West either. And this would have been a year earlier on the PlayStation, but yeah. Looks like it's a space fly around shooting game, and I wouldn't inherently even recognize the spaceships in the whole experience as being from Cowboy Bebop. Look at how terrible those PlayStation 1 graphics really are. Yeah. It definitely took a lot more imagination. And I don't really recall any point in the Cowboy Bebop anime where Spike was flying around in his fighter jet, I think it was his, and fighting a turret on the ground. So, yeah. Still plan on making little bits of progress here and there, but not really thinking I'm going to make any major progress in the cleaning and decluttering. And inherently, I think I'm going to probably run out of cash before I had an extra pile of cash to just pay somebody to clean and declutter for me. But maybe at some point I will reach out and see what that really would be like. But yeah, I'm not particularly happy with the lack of progress there, and I have really only myself to blame there myself and my situation is that I'm just not energetic enough to do it. I'm just not physically capable of doing a lot of it. In fact, I hit somewhat of a new low, and I probably even shouldn't say this publicly, where I was literally so tired one night I didn't even manage to take out the trash. So, yeah, I got it halfway down the hall and then decided I was too tired to go further with it. Which is just incredibly pathetic. Certainly, I don't see how anybody could feel differently there. Yeah. And yeah, I don't really think I have anything else really to say to warm up, which is funny because I'm gonna end up here also taking a bathroom break at this rate. Didn't really plan as well as I should have. It still is very weird to wake up somewhere around 8 or 9 in the morning, although I might be staying up later once again and messing with my own sleep schedule somewhat. But to wake up so early on these Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays and just not try and stream until 10 in the evening and just do everything before then, or try to do everything before then, it doesn't fully feel like something that's going to work in the long run, but it's something still I'm gonna keep on trying, since it tends to actually give me some views. You can see in the Talos Principle I got 49 out of 87 achievements. A ton of these achievements are based on DLC, so there's just no way you would get 100% of them without owning the DLC. But then there's also no way you get 100% of the achievements if you didn't play the story mode 3 times over, or cheated with some kind of save files or manipulation in that way, because you can't even have separate saves in the game. So yeah, maybe you could get the achievements from just reloading into the last checkpoint, but I don't know. But that's it for me for the Talos Principle for now. I may come back to it later. Weirdly, though, there is also an argument to playing the Talos Principle 1 remastered. Anyways, I'm going to pause and take my first break, so I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. There must be a whole new meta, because that Dual Live duel that I just watched the last few minutes of had a whole completely different type of cards I had never even recognized, which of course there would be a new meta. Blackwell was the name of the game I was talking about earlier, that I need to finish that point and click series that's not so much really like a point and click game as I would expect it. It is, I guess, technically a point and click game. It's just not anything fun like, or funny like Monkey Island, or even something like Full Throttle. YouTube is going to, I don't even think they're doing an experiment on this. I think they just announced that they're going to introduce the idea of voting up and voting down videos on playlists, which you can, I guess, enable or disable, but I'm not sure you can enable or disable it individually per playlists, or if you have to do it globally per channel, because certainly I think I can already make a playlist if I haven't already done so that would have like my most popular videos, or my videos sorted by popularity, which the maximum number of videos on a playlist is probably closer to 5,000 than at max. So I probably have 2 or 3 playlists that I would need to make even at that point. And moving videos around from one to the other would be a nightmare, and not really something I'd ever bothered to do. But then I also have playlists that are mostly chronological. So if all of a sudden, say my Portal 2 playlist that has episode 1 and episode 2 and episode 3 in that chronological logical order, if somebody can just vote up and vote down the videos, and everybody sees the videos out of order now, oh man, is that gonna destroy the idea of what playlists should be to me. That being said, I don't know how many people even use playlists or find playlists. It feels like this is perhaps them just decorating for no real reason. There has also been, I hear, a Steam breach, and we'll see if we get any news stories on that. And I saw a reactionary post on Facebook, and don't ever trust what's posted on places like Facebook, but saying you should go and change your password now on Steam. Inherently, I would say don't do that. From just my IT history and experience, I would say wait until Steam itself decides for you to change your passwords. Perhaps if a breach has happened and you are reusing your password on Steam for some other place, then you would have a decent argument to go change passwords there into different passwords like they should have been in the first place. Just start using random generated passwords in Password Manager. I was extremely even late to the idea of password managers and suggesting that, but frankly, at this point it really is the only solution that makes sense. And yes, that may put your passwords in the hands of some other company like Google, but you could also go Firefox, or you could randomly generate passwords just from like random.com, and then, or websites like that, just have a text file somewhere. Even printed out text file, which is not the greatest security. People put a lot of effort into their passwords not getting leaked, but then put no thought whatsoever into the hassle it's going to be for friends and family if you ever are incapacitated or die or something like that. So there almost is an argument to having passwords in a safe somewhere, and then they only have to break into the safe to get further information. And many websites are gonna be ridiculous and difficult to deal with if you call them up and say the person is dead. Many websites are going to say, oh, they're dead, thanks for telling us, we'll delete their account immediately, regardless of what the account is, and that's all they're willing to do, which particularly in Steam is the absolute worst thing you would want to have happen. You would definitely want to hand over your Steam account to somebody else and have them inherit it and pretend to be you, and for generations. Inherently, the thought of generational wealth has been completely erased in the digital world. As far as, hey, if your grandma bought a song, if your grandma bought a game, why shouldn't she be able to give it to you as an heirloom? In the same way, if she had bought a CD or a board game, she would have been able to give it to you, will it to you. Which, yeah, part of the idea of copyright also inherently was under the idea that you could still, while you could buy a book, you could still also give books to friends and family as inheritances, and that wouldn't be some kind of violation of copyright, and that it literally was just only for one person to ever read. Yeah. If in the days when they first introduced the ideas of copyright, somebody suggested the idea of let's make it illegal to lend a book to somebody else to read, they would have been laughed out of the room, almost certainly. But yeah, I would say wait until Steam contacts you or forces you into putting in a new password, because there may still be backdoors or breaches on Steam. If a breach actually did happen, they may not be aware of the full extent of what happened, and they may want to do a full forensic investigation, digital forensic investigation, to make sure they are safe. So you going in there early and changing your password is going to only just give a new password potentially to whoever has breached them. Steam has never been breached before, and so in comparison to like the numerous PlayStation Network hacks that have happened, and several instances of Microsoft being taken down, the Xbox Live Game Services being taken down, at least by DDoSs, I think that's happened. Nintendo barely has any online services, so I imagine there haven't been too many DDoSs to Nintendo services. And I'm not sure I recall a story of Nintendo being hacked, but if it happened, I wouldn't be surprised if Nintendo just kept it secret. There was a story, certainly, where a major company, not video game related, was almost certainly hacked, and they were just refusing to admit that they were hacked. And there are certain laws in the United States these days where you have to disclose under a certain amount of time to the public whether a breach has occurred or not, and companies just don't do it. I don't think there's really any teeth in that law, as it were. But yeah, in the same way that companies often still pay ransoms to the ransomware type hacks. But yeah, I guess if you're desperate enough and you're not living in the United States or a place that extradites to the United States, a ransomware hack very possibly might be a legitimate career path for someone. I'm not seeing any Steam Deck refurbs on sale. Of course, you can always buy the non-refurb ones. Those haven't fallen out of the realm of being in stock. I assume people are still just playing Oblivion and Clair Obscur. There must be something more to Potato. Like I own, no I don't own. It's on my wish list, but yeah, I hear a lot more people talking about Vampire Survivors, but it does just feel like Potato for at least the Steam Deck makes more sense. I don't know if maybe it runs a little bit better or just more people have it. Still hearing about a lot of people talking about the blueprints. It has gotten quite a lot of reception, which I'm surprised and pleasantly surprised to see. I was talking earlier about finishing playing Talos Principle 2. Inherently, I played the Talos Principle 1 5 years ago, and there is a real danger that I would really just enjoy playing the Talos Principle 1 remastered now, and just seeing if the graphics look any better, or if it runs any better on my computer. But, I mean, I can't really justify doing that at all. First of all, there's way other games I still need to play and haven't played, so going around and sticking to something I'd already played doesn't make a lot of sense. And Second of all, if I'm going to play any more Talos Principle, I should play the DLC of the second game that I haven't covered yet. And particularly for a puzzle game, I probably haven't forgotten the puzzles, so it would be a semi-speedrun experience, more than likely, as far as how it goes. Yeah. I would think I would get back to it and I'd be irritated in that I'm still remembering a lot of the solutions. I guess people are still playing Persona 3 too, or Persona 3 Reloaded, which that's a long enough game that I imagine people could be playing it in small chunks, or they could just be playing it overall. People still playing Metaphor ReFantasio, which that somehow has made some success. We're gonna hit a story that a Kingdom Hearts side story game has been cancelled. Yeah. There is a question certainly here as far as why are people still playing Resident Evil 4? Does it even have like a content outside of the story? Or is there just a decent number of people that are always new coming to these bigger games? I suppose it's possible. It's very possible. People just working on their backlogs. Borderlands 3, great example of that too, I'm sure. You can see why people would be playing Last of Us, because the TV show's on right now. Yeah. I'm still, frankly, a little shocked though that you have things like the Precinct, you have Blueprints, you have just smaller games on this top list at all, which does probably hint that there really aren't that many people that have a Steam Deck playing it, despite content creators like me talking about it way more than we probably should. Alright, well that's going to bring us to the Video Games Chronicle news. Again, I manually opened up all of these so we won't have any links to any of the Steam pages already open. Fallout Season 2 premieres in December and has already been renewed for Season 3. I did hear someone online speculating about why they would announce a renewal for Season 3 so early instead of announcing it closer to the actual air date of the show. And the only speculation they really had was that perhaps they needed to just lock down the actors and give the actors the ability to say we're already in production for Season 3. We're not going to be doing any movies or side projects or any other TV work in the meantime. Which I could see how maybe Amazon hasn't got the same attitude as other Hollywood production companies might have there, and so they may feel that it's kind of necessary. They may just treat actors slightly differently by signing contracts with them in a relatively short amount of time after they've done a season and renewing it, instead of dragging their feet and debating it and leaving actors hanging, which I'm sure actors hate that completely. And maybe they just, I think Amazon in particular has so much money, it does make a lot of sense to lock down these actors and keep them making your TV show and not let them realize that they could get better offers if they go and audition somewhere else and then be upset or try to get out of the contracts for this for something better, because I imagine some of those actors probably aren't going to be 100% loyal, and they are just going to try and make as much money on whatever project pays the most, which is the thing that's best for them. It's not the thing that's best for art, but unfortunately they live in a capitalist society and can't just select things based on their faithfulness to artistic values. Marvel's 1943 Rise of Hydra has been delayed to 2026. I forgot this game was even announced. And in particular now, with the movie, I think it's called Thunderbolts, where it's supposed to be the new Avengers, you're just getting further and further away from at least Captain America and probably Black Panther. Yeah, so maybe the thought at one time was that in video game forums they would continue to revisit the original Avengers, but in movie forms they're going to move forward to a new cast and a new group of heroes. That being said, I think Marvel is constantly trapped, and I don't know if this is the writer's fault or the fans' fault. Marvel and DC are constantly trapped in having to pander and play to the characters that already exist. So I don't think the Thunderbolts New Avengers can really stay around for too long before they eventually are just going to get the idea of rebooting the whole series and having new Captain Americas and new Iron Mans. That, or they'll just put it on the shelf for a while and give up on it for something else. Microsoft has announced plans to lay off thousands of more workers. 3% of the employees across all departments will be laid off, the company says. Inherently, when you hear those kinds of numbers, it is clearly a factor of this is just a demand from on top to lay off people, because yeah, and again, it's layoffs, it's not firings. I think Microsoft would really struggle to find cause to fire 3% of its employees. Microsoft has got very little going for it, and the economy is going bad, and I imagine Microsoft inherently was floating a lot on its stock share prices. And so you'll see big companies like Microsoft with recognizable names, Apple may be a case like this too, start to suffer more as a recession potentially comes in or turns into a full-on depression, because they now can just no longer get loans off of the amount or the valuation of their stocks, and they may actually be getting margin calls from banks based on the fact that their stocks are lower. Microsoft, of course, is screwing up in many people's eyes, just not really caring about Xbox at all as far as hardware, not doing the best job of caring about games on the Xbox side, definitely not doing what people want with Windows 11, and really not doing anything else in any of its other divisions that are centered around services like that use Windows. Yeah, there's very little praise you can say for Microsoft, and there's not even a lot of innovation coming from Microsoft. The Surface tablet was perhaps the last thing that felt like it was even slightly innovative from Microsoft, and then they basically gave up on that and aren't really supporting it. So yeah, them now talking about a handheld device just rings hollow. Like, how in the world would they maintain focus long enough to develop and release a handheld device, and how long would they support that said handheld device. I wouldn't be surprised if a big part of this also is due to the fact that the appeal from the Activision Blizzard acquisition has fallen down, and thus Microsoft is less under the pressure in the eye of the FTC. So why not lay off a bunch of people where they won't be challenged? It's worth pointing out that Microsoft, and Bill Gates in particular, was fervently anti-union. And so with this lack of unionization, Microsoft has always been a terrible place to work, and it has been far too easy for them to lay off people like crazy. Some of the layoffs it says will be in the game division. There is perhaps some percentage of employees, I'm not sure it's anywhere close to 3% even, though, in certain game companies that probably should be shown the door. But I would think I would pick very different people than Microsoft's management is going to pick, as far as ZeniMax management in particular. Laying off a lot of them, more than likely a smart move. I don't think you can lay off Todd Howard. You probably should, but if you do it, you're going to be known forever as the company that laid off Todd Howard, for him to then be freed and go start a new company and make a whole new game series that potentially will be smaller scale and better than whatever he would be able to make under the high demands of Elder Scrolls and Fallout. But also you want Todd Howard around for the Fallout TV series at the very least. Apparently there's a reported significant number of layoffs at 343 Industries, the studio behind Halo Infinite. That makes sense. HoloLens being laid off makes a lot of sense also. I think Activision in particular may have staff worth laying off. And then I don't know if there's anybody left at Blizzard. Frankly, I even think there's an argument to light a fire under Double Fine, if not layoff Double Fine in general, in that they just take too long to make games overall. But this is the problem inherently when you don't want to greenlit games, when you don't have ideas, when you're not willing to fund the development of new ideas, when you just want to put all of your money into tentpole games that are getting more expensive, quadruple A games that are getting more expensive, and your ideas, particularly at Microsoft, the gaming division, are just getting older and older when they talk about when they make announcements to port and release Gears of War on PC. Well, that's a great thing. It also certainly shows that you're just looking backwards and not looking forwards. And they did very little to advertise South of Midnight. And don't seem in any way even happy that South of Midnight has gotten good reviews. Looking back for Perfect Dark remakes, which are just in development hell, and Halo game remakes, which are not being received anywhere as much. I saw a post on Reddit, and it's probably made up just for karma farming, where a girl who was 19 years old was saying her boyfriend was making fun of her because she plays single player games and isn't a real gamer, is what he's joking and saying to her. Which, yeah, that definitely screams that Halo style gamer bro mentality. Microsoft created a whole audience there, and that audience is aging out and not getting replaced with newer generations of people. So Microsoft needed to really rethink what it was going to be as a company anyways, as far as what games it makes. And I just don't think it has enough backbone or spine to really do that. Although that's too much to say, frankly, so let's move on. I could probably ramble for another 20 minutes and really say nothing more. Apparently, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is getting no more content or support, as the developer says it is fully realized. The game is not being delisted or made unplayable. Gun Interactive stresses. Which, okay. It's an asymmetric online multiplayer game. So, yeah. Inherently, this is what I always felt like the issue with anything that was based off of some kind of licensed story, is that you really just can't add too much to it. But maybe that's good enough, but then those servers are just going to get more and more expensive as things go on. I have a plugin actually exactly for this situation. Search Steam. There we go. So let's see it on Steam. Steam. So in the last 30 days, it's 58% positive with 518 users, and the 24-hour peak here was 743, with the all-time peak being 17,198, 400 and some change people playing right now. Yeah, and it's online PvP only. You can't help but assume that this game is at some point going to become delisted, and seems like it's barely going to make it to its 3-year anniversary. And really, Dead by Daylight has just shown that it makes a lot more sense to have archetypes like a chainsaw wielding psycho in your game, or a license for the Texas Chainsaw Massacre in a bigger game than it is to try to make a unique game specific to that one story, particularly since all of these asymmetric horror games are the same and inherently dry up in their player base fairly quickly. Horror movies in particular are already a niche of sorts, so it definitely feels like that is going to be an issue. And that was Gun Interactive saying that, so potentially maybe they didn't sign as a publisher any contract with Sumo Digital to ever hand the rights over to Sumo Digital based on sales, or they know the sales are going to never reach that level where the rights would go to Sumo Digital, particularly since this is a licensed product. So Gun Interactive in particular has no reason to fund more development, and Sumo Digital would have to just move on to the next projects, which they almost certainly have mostly done anyways. There's something else. I think the license around the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie might be somewhat in question. Not anywhere as much in question as Friday the 13th. But even if it wasn't in question, it may very well just be the case that they don't want to renegotiate or re-up a license here. And we've seen this happen with 3 horror games that basically all play the same, You've seen a Friday the 13th horror game, Texas Chainsaw Massacre game, and I guess there wasn't a Freddy Krueger game. I feel like there should have been one, but there wasn't. But there was an Army of Darkness game, and they all came out seemingly way too close to each other, and now they are all coming out, getting released seemingly way too close to each other as far as getting abandoned, I guess is the right word to use. It is interesting. Could we find that game that was based on Cube? That'll be tough because I don't remember the name, and there was 2 of them that came out very quickly. But that does remind me. Yeah, we never saw a Friday the 13th game. Never saw a Hellraiser game. We never saw a we never saw the got to set weirdly to always open in a new tab. Yeah, I saw a series in particular. Yes, it's not working because of my plugin. And yeah, just turning off the plugin there is slow. It almost certainly is gonna make sense to go and turn the overclocking on my RAM back up. If it's just one game in every 5 years that really has major problems, then so be it. Look at the massive amount of games with Cube in the name too. There's, I think, no chance that I'm gonna be able to find that game without remembering the name. And Cube Movie is not gonna find it. Yeah. I want to try something like Deadly Rooms. That too is not going to find it. And this might be a great example of where searching on Steam is useless. You have to know the exact name, and there's so many things that have similar words in their name or are downright trying to create name confusion that you have almost no chance of finding it. But I did find it. So almost is not 0. So here we have Half Dead 2 from 2019. This is based on the Cube movie very loosely and is way more of an asset flip thing. 84% positive, came out in 2019, and I guess is just a finished product at that point. Let's see. Let's check out Half Dead 1. You can see how this one also fairly quickly iterated. And perhaps that is the smarter move. If you're going to be making a game based on a horror movie series, iterate and come out with sequels very quickly, every couple of years, every 3 years or so, less than 4 even. And yeah, be inspired by the movie without actually paying for the license to the movie, which I'm surprised that there never were any threats of a lawsuit here. I guess the general idea of being in rooms and there being traps may be too generic overall. And specifically, while these are rooms, they look nothing like the movie. The characters look like the characters in the movie. It feels like this one even has a reward food system, which was never in the movie. Let's see. Single player game mode is actually available here. Nobody's playing the game now, however, so it gets kind of difficult to justify putting it on the wish list. Particularly when you're suggesting that you can't play the first series. See, this one is tagged as single player, but it's not described as actually being single player. So I would suspect that it's mislabeled, which no punishment for that. And it definitely looks like Half Dead 2 just had more effort put into it than the character designs, the asset flip character designs in Half Dead 3. But yeah, I guess the all-time peak of people who played these games though was also very much smaller, so there is something to be said about having licenses instead of just going out there. Yeah, they combined all-time peak of 3 games that are nowhere close to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Alright, well, moving on. Video Games Chronicle says nearly 5 years in, the PlayStation 5 sales remain neck and neck with PS4. PS5 is just 1.2 million units behind the PlayStation 4 launch aligned, but Sony expects to sell fewer consoles this year, which they've also got an announcement that they might pass down tariffs, which would increase the price significantly, and might, it's almost certainly. One sec. Sorry about that. I didn't want to cough into the microphone. But yeah. And I don't know how you don't attribute to the fact that PS5 is not doing better, which I definitely take this as it's not doing better, down to anything other than cost of the hardware and lack of system sellers as far as games, and generally just lack of games at all. Where PlayStation 5 might be hugely successful in an alternate universe is if it came with a desktop mode itself, which why don't consoles? Let's just ask that question, particularly Xbox Series 1, Xbox One, and all of that. Why don't they have desktop modes? Why do they just have these pathetically useless web browser apps that nobody uses? But you can't plug in a keyboard and mouse, and it can't connect over the network to a printer. Why can't you potentially do minimal photo and video editing and have an expensive console that does a poor job but at least tries to also accommodate people who need the occasional computer. I mean, they also tried to make them streaming boxes and they failed at that too, so perhaps they were wise to just focus on games, but did they really focus on games? I think that is one thing that SteamOS and the Steam Deck in particular needs to be applauded for, and that needs to be the future, is that as neglected as it might be, a desktop mode is just going to become the expectation. And maybe it will be a desktop that's much closer to something like Android, where it's running very different apps, but it's still running apps. But game consoles just being game consoles is a problem. Of course, you could also take this sales number as them being right on track to sell as much while making more money overall because they're charging more. Although, yeah, I guess that would still be the case even if it was adjusted for current prices for the PS4. But yeah, I certainly don't take it that way and clearly have a bias in that. Weirdly though, I still do think the PS5 is probably the best console to buy if you must buy a console. I don't know why you must buy a console though at this point. And that there's still a great argument to get a Switch 2 or even a Switch 1 right now. I think I saw some slick deals for like Costco selling Switch 1 OLED models for fairly cheap, like $200, which, yeah, that seems like that might make a lot of sense too. Moving on, the title of the Super Mario Bros. Movie sequel has accidentally been revealed early. The sequel was named in an NBC Universal press release before being swiftly removed. So what are we going to get the name of the movie? Before we scroll down, let's see if we can guess what the name of it is. Super Mario Bros. Movie 2. That's my guess. I bet it. I would not expect it to be any more creative than that. If they were going to go creative, it would be some kind of subtitle like Yoshi's Island. But probably not called Yoshi's Island because that was actually a subtitle for a name of a game. So it would probably be something like Yoshi Rives or something like that. And I kind of wonder if they wouldn't try to do something like Wreck-It Ralph 2 and Ralph Breaks the Internet and just have a very different experience in the second movie, doing a very different thing. So Megan 2.0, Nobody 2, Bad Guys 2. Why is Bad Guys getting anything? NBC, Universal, obviously. Out of ideas. How to Train Your Dragon reboot, I guess. Downton Abbey, the grand finale. That's like several Downton Abbey movies now. Black Phone 2. Was that the horror movie where the kid gets kidnapped and locked in the basement? Him, The Phoenician Scheme, Super Mario World. Okay. So Shrek and Minions. So yeah, if it's called Super Mario World, then the potential there is that it will just be a bigger world that they go around. Maybe the real world will be involved in a lot more than Yoshi we saw at the end of the movie. Still, my nearly 2-hour long review of Super Mario Bros. Movie on my channel, which I just did as a reaction and was not really received particularly well. Not that people complained, just that it didn't get a lot of views. I thought it might. That review though really highlights my feelings on the movie, and I just don't feel like it really was a Mario movie. I don't feel like Mario was depicted in a particularly good light. So, although it did feel like that actually could be Mario, to some extent, a very young, inexperienced Mario, but then Princess Peach is just not Princess Peach, and Bowser is just not Bowser in the movie, and Mario is definitely not the hero in the movie at all, and frankly the movie basically hates for him to even be in the movie, it felt like. Luigi is missing for a significant point of the movie also, and I could go further, but it would really just be me wasting everybody's time, so let's move forward. Let's see, the Kingdom Hearts mobile game Missing Link has been cancelled. A closed beta for the mobile spin-off took place in 2023. Which, yeah, I wonder if we aren't going to find several spin-off mobile game type things getting cancelled before they even get released. Inherently, the desires of developing a mobile game is just backwards, and it's not even worth releasing it to the public and running the servers, or it feels like it's getting closer to this case where it feels like it's not even worth it to companies to release the games to the public and pay the price of having servers running unless they can find a gameplay loop that really brings in the whales to spend a ton of money through microtransactions into the games. And certainly it feels like that for a Magic Emotica too, is that that game almost certainly will fail fairly quickly within the first 3 years or so, unless it just gets a bunch of whales willing to put a ton of money into it to keep it afloat. 4 million plus a month really being your minimum goal. But yeah, I didn't even know this game was in development, and frankly it does seem like it makes a lot of sense to make a clean break of anything Kingdom Hearts old for being more focused on the Kingdom Hearts reboot, which will have better graphics, and I imagine not actually try to continue the story in any way for a new generation of people who might want to play JRPG games with Mickey Mouse included, which I'm not sure that there's an audience that exists like that, because Mickey Mouse in particular has been pretty much forgotten by Disney and everybody else. I never really watched Mickey Mouse stuff, so I don't have any real nostalgia for it. Way more Looney Tunes, Bugs Bunny nostalgia exists in me than Mickey Mouse ever did. Inherently, that's because Mickey Mouse and the Disney Channel was not included in your extended cable without paying premiums when I was a kid. Yeah. And by the time the Disney Channel was available in extended cable, it had changed completely from what it was originally as a premium cable channel. And Mickey movies did not come out often enough for you to see them. And frankly, I'm just not that old. The Mickey movies I would have seen, like Fantasia, would have been played in schools many years after they'd been in the theaters. Yeah, and Disney has just been spending decades dropping the ball as far as trying to make Mickey, Goofy, Donald, any of those characters even slightly relevant. Kingdom Hearts doesn't really help the issue, as it turns them into weird variations on their characters. And the whole Final Fantasy element of a JRPG, which this is inspired by and based off of, does not really coalesce with Mickey Mouse and doesn't really make any sense, as Final Fantasy is on the verge of dying out. I can't imagine it could have 2 more mediocre to bad releases in the Final Fantasy series before even Square Enix says forget it, although Square Enix is crazy. So who knows what they're gonna do. So yeah, Square Enix reiterates plans for quality over quantity, and multi-format games are going forward. The Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest company has started its 3-year reboot plan. So this next 3 years is its reboot plan, which probably will take longer than 3 years. They want to establish a mid to long-term pipeline to achieve a shift from quantity to quality. Inherently, these are good claims, but the problem is that the management is always disappointed with everybody at Square Enix. And so unless the management changes their attitudes or changes who the management actually is, which in a Japanese company is not really likely to happen, you are just going to inherently have a game that maybe sells 1 million and would be usually applauded for selling 1 million units in, say, 6 weeks. And then the Square Enix management are going to just say that that was a disappointment and discourage their employees to work, to continue their hard work on things. Also notes that by placing all of its games under the management of the same studio instead of outsourcing titles, the company has consolidated, accumulated, and shared in-house know-how, making its products higher quality. Yeah. It definitely seems like some of these statements feel like somebody went to business school and can talk the talk, but doesn't really have the actual experience of what's going to happen here. But maybe it will work, too. I mean, you can always be hopeful, but I wouldn't put much hope in any Square Enix game being worth playing anytime in the next decade. And even if I did want to play the Kingdom Hearts series of old games, which I could, it would just take way too much time. I bet this table here, these custom tables here like this, I bet this is like $70,000 minimum to get this, because inherently in Japan I don't think you're going to just have a generic worker build something like this. And so you're going to have this custom length table that could have easily been split in the middle or split into 4 sections and been bought standard. And then somebody's going to have to woodwork it and polish it and paint it and make it all look good. And even at that, it's really not a great way to display the many awards that are on it. Yeah. It doesn't seem like they have any lighting under it, which is what you kind of would want. So maybe it does seem like some light comes from the back, although it seems like it's just natural light. I just had this real desire that they wanted this sign to be up here and everybody to be looking in that direction, but it definitely would make more sense if you took some wall space and had just a regular cabinet shelf or trophy shelf going for the ceiling. And you could at the very least flank this where it was a taller, thinner shelf going here as a column and a taller, thinner shelf going here as a column, just boxing in the whole Square Enix section, which feel like this is their cafeteria. Yeah, it's a cafeteria in the middle here. So cafeteria with some chairs and meeting rooms, but yeah, not even a lobby where the awards would be better seen. I did put up some shelves, not a whole, in my hallway, and the shelves are too deep, so I would like to potentially rip them down and custom cut them to be just about 2 inches deep instead of 4 inches. But at the 4 to 5 inches depth that it is right now, it does feel like I could put really shallow trophy cases, open trophy cases like this, alongside the floor in my hall and just have like a massive amount of storage. But I don't want to do that. That's just going to make the hall too cramped, which it's already going to be slightly cramped, and it's going to drag the eye of the viewer downward, which is not really the goal. So yeah, I wouldn't do that. Now what's funny is I have shelves that are record shelves, so they are designed to be wide enough and tall enough that you can have records in the shelf, which makes them bigger than usual and great for Lego sets, or at least slightly good for Lego sets. They're still probably too small for a lot of Lego sets, and I have quite a few of those that I just push together side by side, and they are built incredibly cheap from Walmart and cost less than $75 each, whereas any decent shelf built out of anything that was actually wood and not just a bunch of glued particle board together that'll fall apart and scratch at the slightest mistake, would be $100 to $125 a shelf. When you're buying in bulk, going cheap was my decision as far as the option goes there. And yeah, I think it worked pretty well, because then I did a project that worked for about 5 minutes before I screwed up the wiring, where I installed LED lights into the long side of the shelves, just going up and down, to light up the shelves a little bit better, which in future times I realized it would have been smarter to simply buy a net of LED lights. I'm not sure any were available when I did that project, but yeah, if I had a matrix like net of LED lights just on the back side, or squished even between two of the bookshelves, because I have it in an array of like 3 by 2, then the LED net would have lit up just fine in that way. Or I could have used COD lighting on a wall behind it, which is way better than individual LEDs, and then having to install tracks and diffusers. So yeah, very quickly, basically a year after I did that project, there was way better offerings and easier ways to install lighting than what I did. And one day I'll have to fix it, and I question whether I'll even have the right controller board to fix it and get it to work well. Let's see. Moving on, we're still getting Square Enix announcements. I guess this is all from the same press meeting or shareholders meeting, whatever it was. Final Fantasy Square Enix is building an original game with a surprising partner. Square Enix is planning an original IP with Japan's TBS Television, not to be confused with Turner Broadcast Software Systems, whatever TBS was originally called in the United States as far as that TV channel. Tokyo broadcast TBS in Japan, though. I think they're one of, I feel like there are several Japanese channels that aren't likely to air much anime, if any at all. So it does sound like it is a different kind of partnership. Very likely going to be a weird kind of partnership. But these kinds of weird partnerships happen a lot more often in Japan than in the United States anyway, so it's not completely unheard of. I don't have a clue what TBS brings to the table, what shows they may have licensed, or what talent they may have licensed, or anything like that. It is weird, certainly, though, that the Square Enix logo being used by Video Games Chronicle here is such an old logo, where Tomb Raider is not owned by Square Enix anymore. I don't think Bionic Commando Rearmed, which I think is what this is really a game that Square Enix cares about. I have no idea what game this even is from. I would assume maybe a Bloodborne or something like that, but I'm not sure. And they are still interested in Final Fantasy, and they probably are slightly interested in a new Nier game, but it's not like they've announced anything as far as a new game. The Tokyo-based network is best known for Ninja Warrior, Ultraman, and Takeshi's Castle. Well, I think Ninja Warrior was originally at least based off Takeshi's Castle, both of which are live action people doing physical stunts. Perhaps it's a case that Takeshi's Castle was more about groups of people, large groups of people trying to beat physical challenges, more along the lines of silliness than Ninja Warrior actually showing feats of strength. Ultraman, I think, mostly is a live action character in a suit fighting other rubber costume characters. I'm not sure if there ever was an Ultraman animated thing, and that's where you would think it would come in, is that there was some kind of animation experience here to make sense. Otherwise, it's going to be a Ninja Warrior game or something like that. They're saying quality over quantity, which seems weird. And yes, they also said that they were trying to consolidate all of their power, so Square Enix made all the decisions, and then they are immediately partnering with someone else who's going to be involved with making decisions, which that seems weird too. I suspect it just really highlights I think it really just highlights that Square Enix really doesn't have a plan, or they're not showing us that they have a plan at least. Apparently a fan favorite Alan Wake 2 band, the Old Gods of Asgard, won't appear in Remedy's next game. They are best known for their appearance in Alan Wake 2. Is this really a band? It looks like it. Have they broken up? I guess not. They appeared in Control. They won't appear in FBC Firebreak. Which is at least at launch. I imagine they are asking for reasonably high fees to be in the game. I also wonder if somebody at the Remedy actually is in the band or is friends with the band, but I have no idea. Nor do I really care that much because, yeah. I don't remember the music being amazing in Control. And I think there was one banger song probably from them, but I don't think throughout the entire experience the music sounded great or was necessary. I didn't play Alan Wake 2, so I have to leave it at that. So, DF Retro, by the way, came back and responded in their most recent video of claims that half of the footage, equal portions of the footage that were shot for the new GTA trailer were in-game gameplay footage, and they basically called BS on it. They tried to be very magnanimous about it, if I could pronounce that word, and imply that maybe it was actually in-game engine stuff, but then there had been special camera unlock cheats put into it to make the appearance feel more cinematic, moving it from being a first-person perspective in the way that you might see it when playing a game, or a third-person perspective, to being a fourth-person perspective or fifth-person perspective, if you want to make up those terms. Somebody looking at the actual characters in their face instead of looking over their shoulders or looking through their eyes. But yeah, I definitely would call BS on that claim too, that equal portions of the game are gameplay and cutscenes, because we didn't see any heads-up displays. We didn't see anything at all that looked like gameplay. Which, if I was to take Rocksteady at their word on that, then it would become rather scary, because it implies to me that the next GTA game may very well be a visual novel type game where you are just not really controlling the character and you are instead just talking to a bunch of people, something like the Telltale games were at one time, as far as like the Walking Dead Telltale games and things like that, which that would very much be weird and not what people would want. It also feels like there was a viral marketing attempt, at least on Reddit, where people were posting pictures of the trailer from GTA 5 visuals and the trailer from GTA 6 visuals, and we're trying to celebrate the game by being so much prettier. But then I think that viral marketing attempt fell apart very quickly. As people pointed out, it's been like 13 years between that trailer and this trailer, so undoubtedly the graphics would look better. It's not like the trailer for GTA 5 looked terrible, it just looks more low polygon and more cartoony, which is what I think a lot of people, including myself, still very much appreciate in video games, is that we do want more. We're okay at least with low polygon and cartoony games. They don't all have to be hyper realistic, super high polygon count visual feasts. Not sure any of them actually do. Moving on, the Video Games Chronicle says a graphic designer is making GTA style mystery game set in Paisley, Scotland. Crystal Garden is named after an actual restaurant in the town. Interesting. Remember, Video Games Chronicle is UK based. The problem, though, I think, if you were gonna make a GTA game where you can run around and steal cars and shoot people and stab people in Scotland, that just seems less likely to be the case. And guns and knives just not going to be as easily accessible. Police are going to be less brutal in their response. And yeah, at a certain point, what makes a game GTA style really needs to be asked too. Are we going to just have a whole bunch of companies making games claiming their GTA style just because they're first person perspective set in some kind of real world environment and look somewhat good? Because yeah, that doesn't inherently in any way feel like I would immediately say GTA style. And there's never been a mystery element in a GTA game, so calling it a GTA style mystery game is really crazy. Why not call it a Silent Hill style game? It looks more like that than GTA 6. It's foggy, it's dark, it's a little dirty. There's a flashlight elements to affect that. Yeah. Inherently, I would assume this game was already close to being announced and they just decided to throw GTA as a descriptor into it. Yeah. High res vest. And see, yeah, they've really off-put me quite a bit by calling it a GTA style game, where if you told me this was a mystery horror game inspired by Silent Hill, I would be more interested by far. But I'm questioning the mystery too. This is supposed to be a gameplay demo, and all you're seeing is what easily could have just been an asset flip 3D model of a person walking around what easily could be asset flip 3D buildings that have been a little less asset flipped in both cases to be specific to the specific area. Now we may see a lot of this at some point in the future, where you start to see like student projects where people just recreate their small cities in video games to extremely high levels of detail. But it definitely feels like that would be something like a student project, because you have to ask to what end and what audience are you really getting from that. Door glitched right through the guy. Like your audience of people who would even recognize Paisley, Scotland is probably in the dozens. Yeah. It makes a lot more sense to have a GTA game in Vice City, and Made Up City, that is heavily inspired by a much bigger city of Florida in general, or Orlando. And since this is in Scotland, I wouldn't be surprised if this game is getting some kind of grant funding and had to involve Scotland in some way, and that's the only reason it's not set in a fictional town. Although the new Silent Hill F, very possibly doing almost the exact same thing, where the Japanese creators, Konami, I think, really desperately wanting to redefine Silent Hill as also being able to be a Japanese game with a Japanese scroll girl in a Japanese town. Moving on, WWE 2K25's first DLC pack, New Wave, is out today, adding 4 new wrestlers with an unknown celebrity to come. Chapter 2 of The Island is also arriving soon. Okay. Yeah, I don't hear too many people talking about What is this, a crown of some sort? WWE anymore. I think it is very close to being dead, as it ever will be, which is probably not too close to being dead, but I just don't think new generations of kids in large numbers are watching wrestling or care about wrestling, and I don't think WWE is offering anything interesting, particularly interesting at the moment. If anything, I think I'm hearing people say that it is in a really, really bad state at this point. Moving on, the PS Plus Sony announces 10 new games joining this month, including Battlefield and Sandland. We have a nice list here. Not really, it's the games and then large walls of text. Oh, while I was looking for a app that would turn text to speech, I did find another app that I want to play with, where it's just like a little system tray app in Windows where you would right click something or copy it and it would speak it, which I suppose we could probably do that already through Firefox anyways, but that might be useful. I don't know where though, because it would get really dumb if I was to just highlight like the massive walls of text here and then right click it and then go silent for it to read it out loud. And I would have to, by having a separate app, I guess I could separate out the audio so only the right click reading would be heard by streamers, while the audio from videos playing would not be heard, which is how I have it set up right now, is that I can hear the videos, but people should not be able to hear the videos for just dumb copyright reasons. So yeah, I may play around with that and have another tool in my toolbox that I may very well never really use. So we've had cancellations from Square Enix, so let's move over to Ubisoft in France. Ubisoft has delayed major games, but says Prince of Persia remake is finally on track. Ubisoft points to Assassin's Creed Shadow's success as it delays biggest projects. Which, okay. I mean, they're talking the talk here. I don't know if I fully believe their motivations are pure. This game in particular is still labeled as a early access game on Steam, and I think that's kind of crazy. I don't know what this game is. Well, couldn't name this driving game. Don't know what this game is, but I almost wonder if these are both Assassin's Creed games. This might be Defiant. Not sure. Yeah. There is certainly still just a lot going on in Ubisoft. And I guess in a bigger sense, there's a lot going on in Europe altogether. Germany just said they were going to build up their army quite a bit, and so look who's back, I guess. There's a movie called Look Who's Back where Hitler is reincarnated or something in modern times and manages to convince a lot of people to follow him and get back in power. And that's kind of the end of the movie, and it's a thought-provoking movie about, like, could that really happen? And it definitely makes the argument that yes, it could happen. Which, yes, I am more worried that a highly militarized Germany of today might at some point pivot their focus and be run by a more conservative party or militant party that causes another major conflict. Although, yeah, that may be inevitable, and it may just be what has to happen for Europe to finally unite, which it's gonna have to at some point. I think the small independent nations really are gonna end up cooperating so much that they might as well just be a new European United States. Anyways, of course that's politics and has nothing to do with video games until it really happens, if it really happens. Moving on, the SNK CEO steps down after heavily marketed Fatal Fury City of Wolves seemingly muted had a seemingly muted launch. The Saudi-owned publisher sponsored WWE, boxing, and more to promote the game. Interesting. This may very well be an insight to a problem I feel like I've been having, which is I just don't see a lot of advertising for games. Which I watch enough Amazon Prime, so seriously, if they just had video game trailers when one of those ads played instead of drug commercials and repetitive commercials that are just the same thing over and over again, I would be more engaged and more interested, to say the least. But yeah, I saw from my news sources people talking about Fatal Fury City of Wolves, but I definitely wasn't watching WWE or boxing, and very possibly that is the wrong audience, because I'm not sure there is enough of an overlap of anime fighting game style games and WWE fans or boxing fans. He's only been in charge for about 4 years. But yeah. This may also be a case where there is just a Saudi Arabian way of doing business that is not making as much sense as it once did, which is just to throw money at people and just dazzle people with endorsements and contracts and things like that, and just flash cash as much as possible. So yeah, that might be part of the problem too, is that may just not really be a good return on investment, which it usually isn't. Moving on, we're actually very close to being done with Video Games Chronicles articles, but it's taken way too long to get to that point too. I still don't really get why it takes like an hour to get through Video Games Chronicles, and then once you start to have repetitive stories with Gamatsu, it takes like 30 minutes at most. Capcom announces 8th consecutive year of record results, 12 consecutive years of operating profit growth. The company's last financial year saw its highest consolidated sales and operating income in history. I can't help but wonder though, if there are going to be companies like Capcom, maybe not Capcom, I have no evidence to make any accusations, that have just been padding their financials, doing a little bit of tricky accounting to make sure they're always profitable but not too profitable. And then there may very well be companies that are just straight up lying about their profits, and or they are money laundering in some way, and thus their profits are higher than they really should be. I guess in the case of Capcom, that's highly unlikely to be the issue. Capcom has had massive success with the Monster Hunter series and the Resident Evil series, but it is a sad statement to say that it's hard to even trust it. Any company being successful, just because it has become so normalized in the case of companies not being successful. But yeah, in particular, when you've got several Monster Hunter games, you've got several Resident Evil games, you've got Dragon Dogma 2. As major successes, Capcom should be profitable. Which then is going to bring about the question that maybe Capcom should be working on one new series. Just one new series potentially to replace anything that starts to falter, or just a new series to back up Resident Evil and Monster Hunter overall. Let's see. Moving on, Hogwarts Legacy on Switch 2 appears to have a $10 upgrade for owners of the digital Switch version. Players can also currently take advantage of a sale to get the Switch 2 version for $28. Why can you buy Switch 2 versions of the game right now when the Switch 2 hardware is not available anywhere? That seems crazy. Definitely don't think I would suggest anybody engage with this at any rate until at least you know you're going to have a Switch 2 in your hands. Nintendo's president says, I assume this is the Nintendo of Japan's president, not Nintendo of America, says that the Switch 2's price is a key factor in lower than expected sales projection. Nintendo's boss Furukawa claims Switch 2 production is not a factor in its sales forecast. Which, yeah. If anything, maybe production would go up and be easier to accomplish as other companies reduce their orders. I guess we leave it at that. Switch 2 launches on June 5th. So today is May 15th. You basically have 20 days or so, just a couple weeks, to potentially pre-order or get it on day one if it's available, which it probably won't be. Tekken's boss wants to add an official Waffle House stage, but says it's ignoring his calls. I imagine, which I wouldn't be surprised if Waffle House is just ignoring his calls and does not have really any interest or corporate infrastructure even to respond to him. Inherently, I don't think Waffle House wants to be associated or wants to remind people how crazy associated Waffle Houses are to fighting, and that there is just an abnormally high amount of fighting that happens in the Waffle House, and there's just not enough security. Their times and hours are probably problematic. Their locations may be problematic. But yeah, I think mostly it's just security, and the level of decorum that has been established there is very low. So yeah, a fighting game creator wanting to have a fight stage is antithetical to what they've been promising their employees as far as trying their best to keep them protected and not involve them or encourage the employees to be involved in fights. Game may get an official Hustle House tribute instead. which, yeah. Inherently, he puts himself, I think, in a slightly bad legal place if he said publicly on Twitter, which probably this is yeah, this probably is more of a joke than anything. Probably an inside joke. But if he says it's going to be a parody of Waffle House, then Waffle House may come back and say, well, you're stealing our iconic house branding or trademark on house, which they probably don't have a trademark even on Waffle House, or the iconic red and yellow design. And yeah, I don't think Waffle House, I don't think I've ever been in one, but I don't think they serve particularly good breakfast food. Breakfast food is usually average because it's mostly eggs and milk and flour and things like that that don't change too much unless you just really screwed up. Which, in fairness, I did screw up cooking a cake yesterday and ended up with a gooey mess where it's just like raw cake dough on the inside. Did not cook it anywhere close and did not stick a knife in the middle of it to see if it was done cooking, which was stupid of me. But yeah, it's kind of hard to mess up cooking breakfast food. Yeah, Waffle Houses notoriously don't close unless it's dire weather emergencies, and so some of the weather people, I think from NOAA, like it's the North America Oceanic Society or something like that, whoever tracks tornadoes and things like that, they have like a whole scale where they just see how many Waffle Houses are closed, and the more Waffle Houses are closed, they know that the storms and the weather are getting worse. I think it's mostly a joke. I don't think they've really based their data on that, but it is one of those correlations. Really weird side points. Moving on, we're finally at the Gematsu articles. Yeah, this takes way too long. So we already talked about Square Enix and TBS Television announcing a collaboration to develop an original IP, which, yeah, I wonder if maybe TBS is more interested in this collaboration than Square Enix even was, that they're trying to expand. Which, in fairness, even in Japan, I imagine a television channel is just a dying business to be in. It certainly has likely been a dying business in the United States for years. So if a television channel could pivot and also make video games, then they could keep themselves in business. A game called Shuffle Tactics launches June 24th. It's a dark fantasy tactical deck building RPG, which has a demo. Let's see. I need to go ahead and turn my content changer back on. So, uBlock Origin, which, yeah, a decent amount of people, I'm sure, not able to use uBlock Origin because they're still using Chrome. I mean, it really is just kind of like the best time ever to move over to a whole new operating system with a whole new browser built in. Get away from Google, get away from Microsoft. Not sure Firefox is much better, but that's what I'm using for extensions reasons and supports. I'm not sure Opera think Opera now is based on Chromium, and if you're on Linux, you should probably just use Chromium at that point and not any derivative of Chromium, unless you have some reason that you like Opera above Chromium. Let's see. Moving on, Stalker Legends of the Zone Trilogy Enhanced Edition is coming to the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC on May 20th, which may mean that I have figured out a way to avoid buying any of the Stalker games, which I'm not sure. I think I haven't long enough that now there are enhanced re-releases. Includes Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat. Yeah. Enhanced editions. Which, honestly, I think a lot of these remasters and enhanced editions are getting ridiculous. And that they are just not coming out anywhere close to when they should. They're way too early in many cases. We have another remaster. Dread Out Remastered Collection is now available for PC, which I'm not sure about the Dread Out series. Looks like a Japanese horror series. I am not sure it ever was well received, and that certainly is another thing as far as the case of a lot of remasters, is that it's just basically re-releasing a game that barely sold, or it was received poorly, in hopes that it might get a second bite at the apple. By the way, the SSML text-to-speech markup language does allow you to play music in the background, although I'm not 100% sure if it is asynchronous and that the music plays while it's talking, or if it is synchronous and it plays the entirety of a song that you would feed it through basically a URL, which really wouldn't work for me. Although maybe I could do that with a local file. You could maybe type in file : / to get to a local file with it. So yeah, it might be useful if it was synchronous and it played the entire song, then it talks some more. You might have like a virtual DJ at that point. But it also has the ability to beep text. So it feels like that's something I might want to experiment with too, as far as just writing a very complicated search to see if any of the text in the descriptions of games might be offensive. But I bet it isn't. I bet Steam probably says you can't say the F word or anything like this in any of the games I'm looking at in the description. If that was the case, you would have expected that the mature content description would have like the F word in it every now and then, and I'm not seeing that. So I probably would never actually need to use the censor beep, but it is nice that anything that supports SSML as a markup language for text-to-speech has that option. Here we have Dread Out 3 announced for PC, due out in 2026. Well, you know what's on my mind when I see a girl in her underwear, or a woman in her underwear. Probably should stop calling them girls at this point. I'm way too old to be using that term, and the characters are way too old. This whole Dread Out series feels very much like taking the concept of Fatal Frame but putting a cell phone in the hands instead of a magical camera in the hands of the players. Yeah, I just don't know if there's actually a experience here, or if this is just designed to look pretty. Asian Indonesian urban legends does put it in a different position. And I've seen that with some of the movies I've watched. As far as it does get interesting when you start to see some of the horror movies from really small centers that make very few movies, and then you're getting a different spin on like Indonesian horror or Filipino horror. Very different from what you normally would see as far as Japanese horror, or the lack usually of any Chinese horror. South Korean horror is often done somewhat silly, so I don't think I've ever seen a pure South Korean horror movie. They usually have their movies go in several different directions as far as themes. Let's see, totally reliable delivery service is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series this summer alongside a major update to DLCs and physical editions. Which that is a lot of announcements, to say the least. I guess I'll leave it at that. I didn't immediately see a Steam link. There it is. Again, if my macros would run, all of these would be open already. Is this a online game? Rydo Physics Simulator. Yeah, it's not really my type of game, though. That's probably why I don't have it on follows. Because I opened up the tabs, there will be some of those mistakes. Mortal Kombat 1 Definitive Edition is now available. Is the Definitive Edition including all the DLC, including future DLC, or is it something lesser than that, would be my question. And inherently you can see where a licensed character in a fighting game makes a little bit more sense, or a license being in any game makes a little more sense than trying to make your own Conan the Destroyer game, or I Know What You Did Last Summer game, or The Boys game, or Invincible game, or Terminator 2 game. Let's see. But this also really highlights how there's very little interest by Mortal Kombat 1, and I think Warner Brothers in general, to care about the characters from Mortal Kombat 1. As they put all of these licensed characters up front and outnumbering these characters. Yeah, the list here is long as far as what it includes, which makes me wonder if that's because it doesn't include everything. And yeah, I feel like Mortal Kombat is as dead as a series can be. It was once a big deal. But yes, you can assume that Mortal Kombat 2 will eventually happen, but it might take a hiatus for quite a while, and even if it doesn't, it's, regardless of when it releases, it's probably going to be a fairly boring sequel and just completely uninteresting to the vast majority of people. Here we had the PlayStation Plus game catalogs. I hope you saw it as I scrolled down. That's all I'm literally going to say about it. A first-person roguelike double-deck builder called Shroom and Gloom is going to be published by Devolver Digital. Double-deck builder? I have no idea what makes something a double-deck builder. Well, it looks like a deck building game of some sort. So I'll leave it at that. A Blades of Fire demo launches May 15th and has a world trailer, which I don't recognize this game at all. I have no idea what it is. Let's see. Rated M for mature. We can go that far. Let's jump a little ahead. I'm getting some voiceover describing the world. Looks like a fantasy world, obviously. Yeah. I definitely haven't seen any of this. It seems like this is just a fantasy world establishing everything new, giving cities name and characters names. It feels like there's a level of Dark Souls, Demon Souls in this, which in fairness, a slightly more colorful Dark Souls, Demon Souls game wouldn't be terrible. But it doesn't seem like you're going to be stuck in just one location. Several different locations being shown. See, the thing here is you just never have a clue from something like this where the game is going to go or how well received it's going to be. Like this could be a brand new fantasy series like Clair Obscur Expedition 33 that hits really well and is really popular, or it could just be a failed attempt at that. I guess the demo will help show whether it's well received or not. The blade element seems like the Forge and Fire element, Blades of Fire and Forging element may play a bigger role than it would seem. Even with games like Clair Obscur, there is this decent chance though that you're not going to see a sequel made for that game ever, or even if a sequel is made for the game, it's going to take so long to develop that flash in the pan success will be forgotten. Moving on, House Flipper Remastered Collection has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC due out this winter. Weirdly, this is yet another game series that has some thoughts about buying. Of course, it's worth pointing out that remastered collections and bundle re-releases aren't always 100% better than the original versions of the game. But yeah. I can't help but wonder that we're going to just start having remastered versions of games come out, and maybe graphics just can't be pushed that much higher to make an argument of remastered versions, or the Unreal Engine in particular is just not going to come out with an Unreal Engine version 6 that lets you make the graphics look even better. But I wouldn't be surprised if 10 years from now we are talking remastered collections, things that may very well start labeling themselves as 2K editions, 4K editions, things like that, where maybe hardware 10 years from now would actually be able to render at 2K or 4K at what at those resolutions would need to be at least 120 hertz, 120 frames per second or more. And then we have Death End Request Code Z announced for PC in 2025. This is a roguelike RPG which was recently released for PlayStation in the West. Don't remember this announcement. I feel like the Death End series has been around, but yeah, this doesn't even look that interesting. I feel like there were other Death End games that looked way better than this, and this just looks like a mobile game. Yeah. So yeah, I'm unimpressed by that, to say the least. And I'm gonna take just an incredibly brief bathroom break, so I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. That was only a minute or two. So yeah, here we have from Gamatsu, Kingdom Hearts 4. I thought it was up to 5. I would have guessed it was up to 5. New screenshots, which I can say immediately, compared to the trailer, these screenshots don't seem to be anywhere as hyper realistic as the trailer looked, although that's not super surprising. And frankly, there was a danger in that trailer that came out, I guess, in 2022, being too hyper realistic, in that it wouldn't be cartoony enough to really feel like a Kingdom Hearts game. And you can see in the background here that it looks like he is now in what looks like a modern real world, like Tokyo location, and not some kind of fantasy world. But yeah, undoubtedly artwork could be not final, and it may very well just get polished and look better as things go. When did Gamatsu start doing frames around their pictures? That seems like that's new. But yeah, even here it is less than what I would expect as far as the level of detail. There's kind of an uncanny valley in the faces and everything. And here's your reference to Mickey Mouse, which is basically nothing there. And it's weird that there's just like 2 screenshots back to back. Look the same. Posts will be updated with high res of each image if and when they're released by Square Enix. Yeah. One of the problems I think Final Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy, if I'm going to say that too, has, is that there are just so many other JRPGs out there now that have better ideas and better premises and better story to tell, and it's not so much just silliness or gimmickry in the whole experience. Whereas Square Enix in particular just hasn't proven that they can really tell a good story around the game in recent years. But yeah, I don't know how you make a game like Kingdom Hearts feel anything like it actually can compete against the likes of Clair Obscur or Final Fantasy VII Remake, or other things. It also doesn't really compete against something like Dragon Quest that would be more kid-friendly and cartoony, but I would think that's the direction you'd have less competition and you should go in, is that Kingdom Hearts should just be a competitor to Dragon Quest and let Ryzen and other JRPG series, or JRPG series in general, take the reins of the serious route. But yeah, in these screenshots, then I would expect way more cartooniness than what I'm saying so far. And I never really felt like the Kingdom Hearts series of games really was trying to be kid-friendly or cartoony, just because of the amount of grind in it is way too high. It feels very much like it's in the mushy middle, where you don't want to be neverness to everness. Containment test signups are now available. This is the latest look at a free-to-play urban open world action RPG. NTE. I haven't heard anything about this. Frankly, looks very much like a mobile game. Yeah. First and foremost. It's available for PS5, PC, iOS, and Android. Potentially not on Steam, but its own launcher. And certainly you have some level of competition also from things like this, mobile games, Kingdom Hearts does, and that this is very bright and colorful, maybe not so much kid-friendly, depending on the content, but definitely feels more cartoony than Kingdom Hearts does, and Kingdom Hearts has Mickey Mouse in it. A very upbeat Japanese song is playing on this trailer. Yeah. Depending on the parents and depending on the age of the kid, this may very well be totally targeting younger kids, in the sense of 14, 16-year-olds. So I guess that's not really younger kids, is it? No. I guess I meant to say younger adults. And general otaku anime fanboys. You got a little boob jiggle there. And cleavage. So maybe this is closer to 17-year-olds that they're targeting. And one of the things this trailer I think is doing a really good job of is it's showing a lot of different characters that look varied. And so there definitely feels like there's going to be a high character focus in this game. Probably something like a gacha game. But I don't see how you can make a gacha game around this animation style. Weirdly, yep. But there's definitely gonna be a high focus on the characters and a high female ratio. And it feels like this game is definitely going to try to be a little bit of everything for many fans, with the focus on racing and music and just many different styles. Got someone on the chat just named Negative, which is a weird name. It says in rough typing here, this is bad typing, I have to say. The chat says, I love video games, as the first comment. Okay, thanks for letting us know. And then he asked, do you like Funk Pups? Which I assume is Funko Pops. To which I will say, absolutely no, I do not. I think Funko Pops look awful. I think they are ugly and overpriced and terrible figures and figurines to collect or put anything put on a shelf. And I do like figurines if you can get them cheap enough. So yeah, no, I do not like Funko Pops at all. And I have noticed that there is a tendency of Funko Pop collectors to keep them in the box, which I think really shows that they are not really being bought as much for display pieces as much as they are being bought for collectability thoughts, which I imagine they will never have any resale value. Moving forward through the video game news from Gematsu, Star Sand Island Mount System trailer is available. Yeah, another game that seems to have just surpassed me, and I don't know if this is a case where the game has been seen. Obviously it's on my follow list, and I will move it over to this instead since it has no release date yet. But it does definitely seem like I've just completely forgotten about it. It's just happening way too much. Duet Night Abyss closed second beta test recruitment begins. This looks like another RPG mobile game. Probably not for kids. Again. Yeah. Negative asks, you are weird while you're talking about kids. That was probably me awkwardly comparing Kingdom Hearts as a game that probably should be for kids to the next game that probably is not for kids. But I disagree with the general premise and the question that I don't think we're really at the point now where we shouldn't be thinking of video games being kid friendly. There's no link to Steam here. I'm wasting time looking for one. I still think that video games as a concept is still very poor in making kid-friendly content at all. Like, you have very few E for everyone games. You have very few E10 plus games as far as ESRB ratings, and it's definitely not getting better. And so it's no wonder that games like Fortnite just become super popular, or Minecraft becomes super popular. There's just a lot less that is age appropriate or that is marketed towards kids. And I definitely think a lot of games could be marketed towards kids or toned down for kids, or would be okay for kids to play. And I want to see game developers and game publishers start to think more in that direction. Yeah, so yes, when I think about games, I often do think about the age appropriateness on them. Of course, Desperate Drops, coming to PC on May 27th as a young maiden, which is what Otome stands for, visual novel, is going to be within a certain age range as far as who they're targeting, but Otome visual novels really are targeting Japanese girls that are in their teens. At least they pretend to be targeting that audience and claim to be targeting that audience. Is this another one that doesn't have a Steam link? From the looks of it, it seems like that is the case. maybe it won't be on Steam. This guy looks like he has been photo referenced from Michael Jackson, one of the music videos Michael Jackson's was in. You have quite a variety in that this pink-haired girl looks way wilder than everybody else who is drawn pretty straight-laced. Well, that's all I can say, so we'll move on. A Shooters Fest 2025 is set for June 14th and 15th. I don't think it is on Steam though. City Connection. I don't even know what that is. Shoot 'em up games. And you're going to be able to watch it on YouTube. And that's about it. The Sinking City Remastered is now available, a surprise release. I do think though that one of the reasons why this may have been re-released and remastered in the first way is because Frogwares was embroiled, I believe, with fights with its publisher or developer. And so this re-release, remastered release may not be as remastered as you might expect and may very well just be an excuse to sell a different product that's almost the exact same product, while not involving anybody else. There were, I know, some visual complaints about the Sinking City, and it seems like in this case they've just replaced the original game version of the Sinking City with the remastered version, which I wish there was a better system there so you could know that you could get the original version still by buying the remastered version always for games, but there is no consistency in that at all. This is yet another game that I may have played at some point, but definitely feels like it's just not going to ever be high enough priority that I would get around to it. Why did I close that tab? I don't know. Maybe my brain is starting to turn to mush. It is, again, way too late. I've really got to get better. Probably, just for my own sanity, need to start streaming at like 8 in the evening, not 10 in the evening. Regardless of whether that loses or gets me views. But yeah. Just for my own sanity, I think that is the way I need to go. Let's see. Helldivers 2 Galactic Emergency begins. It's a true Illuminate invasion. I have not heard anyone talk about Helldivers 2 in several weeks. So I would assume that there's probably a large fan base of Helldivers 2 players that are still playing it, but a big chunk of that fan base has almost certainly moved on to some other games. Starship Troopers parody game is what Helldivers is, and slightly plays like They made a whole commercial around it, so it must be somewhat of a big deal. I think there was, the last time I heard anyone talk about Helldivers was complaints about just DLC content being better and being way too expensive, giving advantages to players. Moving on, How to Escape Lost Submarine launches June 24th. It's the cooperative puzzle game. Let's see. I don't see a Steam link here either. I assume How to Escape with the number 2 is a sequel to How to Escape. We talked about how Marvel 1943 Rise of Hydra has been delayed to early 2026. Don't need to talk about it again. Warhammer Skulls 2025 announcement showcase has been set for May 22nd. So a Warhammer game, but interestingly here, it is not a Warhammer 40k game, which almost every game that has been labeled Warhammer have been Warhammer 40k set in the far future sci-fi, whereas I thought that the original Warhammer games were more fantasy, orcs versus human. You know, I don't know if this trailer is going to actually show us too much, just someone talking in front of the camera. It may be that Warhammer Skulls is the event's name, and the game will be a Warhammer 40k game. Yeah. Updates for several of the 40k games. Of course, anytime we talk about the Warhammer 40k series, it's worth pointing out that the vast majority of these games are poorly received and not talked about much. It still may very well be the case that Warhammer is too niche of a product to have video games made after it, and that people who do play Warhammer are likely so enthralled with playing Warhammer they don't play that much video games in the first place. Hogwarts Legacy Switch 2 gameplay trailer. Look at the visual improvements over the Switch version. Yep. Here you can see what looks like, well, I would describe it as global illumination, where everything seems to be pretty much just radiated in light and bathed in light, with some hand mapped shadow mapping here that's very generic here and here, and that overall brightness just kind of washes out quite a bit, whereas in the Switch 2 version it feels like it's much darker. Maybe you have slightly more shininess on the red fabric here, but honestly I don't think you're seeing a significant difference other than the darkness. And if anything, I would say looking back here in darkness just makes everything kind of harder to visually see and feels a little worse than this, at least to my eyes. And I will also point out the face model here in the skeletal structure. This chin is narrower than that chin, so they may have fiddled with some of that. Let's actually watch the gameplay trailer comparisons in motion, and that might show us a lot more. I mean, this really could just be going from standard colors to high dynamic range colors, and little else could be changing. Actually, if you look here, there's more candles in the first version. They've added optimization. Let's go back to this. When he walks into this room, there are far fewer floating candles here than here. So, yeah. This may very well just be optimizations that were placed here. They showed loading on the first Switch version. There seems to be better fabric tech and wind breeze happening. More visual effects and polish to all of this. But I can't help but feel like it's just a slightly different, maybe slightly less compromised version of Hogwarts Legacy, where they went back from like the PC version of Hogwarts Legacy. I assume there's a PC version, and started to port it to the Switch 2 and just turned up a few settings higher than what they would have had them for the Switch 1, but then those settings still would be very low compared to a PC version of it. That is not an impressive trailer when you are just comparing your Switch 2 version to something that probably barely ran and looks awful. And usually if you're going to try the trick of making everything brighter and more colorful just to feel more cartoony, you do that more intentionally so it looks cartoony and people actually like it. You don't usually have the original blown out with the brightness way too high and then just turn the brightness down. I have no idea how much longer Warner Brothers games will still be a thing at all at this point. They'll probably stick around for a while though. Let's see, Darker and Darker's mobile title has been changed to Abyss of Dungeons, which I guess maybe they didn't have the copyright. They couldn't get the name, or they thought for some reason they needed to change the name for some other reason. I don't know why you would do that. I'm trying to figure out here whether Darker and Darker is that Pac-Man-like game in 3D where you're kind of collecting power pellets, but then there was a bunch of horror creatures chasing after you, so there's a lot of running around also. And no, it is not that game. From the looks of this trailer, this looks like something completely different. So, yeah, and I couldn't even tell you what I'm thinking of. It's some kind of horror game that was somewhat popular with a big monkey creature that would chase after you in some levels and had a big purple-haired character. But that's not what this game is, obviously. So I have no idea what that game actually is, though. Moving on, Toplan Arcade Collection Volume 1 and Volume 2 announced for PS4 and 5, Xbox Series and Switch. Due out August 28th in Japan. Not sure it's coming to the West, however. And it is a collection of a lot of games I don't really recognize, and I suspect they're all shoot 'em ups. That was the guess. Watching too many trailers today. This is the first time in a couple of streams for a week or two where it feels like we're starting to get video game news in that larger number that we usually get. So I feel like holidays must finally have been recovered from. It is a shame, certainly, that Mother's Day happens and there are just no gamer mudders out in mass. You don't see a sale of it on Steam or anywhere else for games for mothers, or even articles from websites promoting games for mothers. And undoubtedly there are some mothers who play games, but yeah, there's no real push there. Although in fairness, I would also say there's usually not any games for fathers on Father's Day either. So there's still this, I guess, ageist old way of thinking that once you become a mother and father, you stop playing video games, and that is probably to some level accurate for most people. So once you have a kid, you are stuck dealing with that kid for at least a few years before they are old enough to be left alone for a few hours for you to get back to gaming. And often when you have a kid, you need to work more hours to make more money, so that cuts into video game time too. Moving on, PlayStation 5 shipments top 77.8 million. 2.8 million units shipped during the 3 months ended March 31st. Mutane has acquired Brownies, anecdotes from Brownies founder Shinichi Kamioka. Yeah, I suppose that's how you pronounce that name. I don't know either one of these companies though. I don't know what they made. They made Fantasy Life Link, Brownies did, Egglia Legend of Redcap, and Doraemon Story of Seasons. Which the only one I've even heard of is Doraemon Story of Seasons. And that's a relatively new game, but yeah. I knew it was never going to be a huge hit. We have the Famitsu review scores from issue 1898. They have Commando's Origins getting 30 out of 40, pretty low. And then Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, getting 36 out of 40. So very high score there. Which this game has promoted itself quite a bit. So it looks like we may have a hit on our hands, if we're to believe Famitsu, which I tend to believe them. Kingdom Hearts Missing Link being cancelled, with Square Enix being hard at work at Kingdom Hearts 4. Notice in Missing Link you would have been playing as a completely different character anyways. At least it seems that way. A Telnet shooting collection has been announced for Switch. Are these games that actually connected over Telnet as a protocol? Telnet is a incredibly simplistic protocol designed basically with no security in it at all, to connect to computers for usually emergency only reasons. Now weirdly, my video doorbell has a Telnet connection port open and a very easy to guess password on it, which is a problem certainly. So I guess the password on my video doorbell, and every time it reboots, which is fairly often, I need to go back into it and kill the server that runs Telnet on it, just to try and secure it. Although I'm not sure I actually did this, I may have actually programmed my router to slow down the connection to it on that port also, just down to a ridiculously incredibly slow connection speed to make it never be able to be accessed. If I did do that, that would have been smart of me, if I can do that with my router. But yeah, I make the little tweaks and then I fall asleep and forget what I did. So every day is a new day, never really knowing what I did do and what I didn't, or what I dreamt I did, what I just thought about doing. I wouldn't be surprised if Telenet is actually just the name of a company though. These all look like PC Engine games, and PC Engines were computers, but I do think it probably is more of a case that that's the name of the company, because I can't imagine a shoot 'em up game would in any way use Telnet, because it would just, Telnet's just like a text connection there. We got some very 90s era Japanese music playing in the background of this trailer. Yeah. I definitely don't think that this is Telnet in any way. Telenet must be the name of the company or the brand name of the series or something. Yeah. Connecting over Telenet wouldn't allow you to display any level of graphics at this detail. It'd be far too slow, and you couldn't really do it at all. I imagine this collection is not coming to the West. Yeah, Telenet is the name of the company. So, and Telnet may very well be spelled T-E-L-N-E-T instead of L-E-N-E-T. Moving on. I think we may have already talked about this. DC DeCapo Retune launches October 30th for the Switch and PC. And yeah, if we start to see things we've already talked about in the previous stream, then I will start closing tabs. Yeah, Famitsu sales updated. Not been. Yeah, they've been updated here down below, where we can play our game of Switch games versus PS5 games in the top 30. PS5 actually doing particularly well this week. Claire Obscure for PS5 taking the #1 spot. Fatal Fury City of Wolves taking the 6th spot. Monster Hunter Wilds taking the 8th spot. Then Fatal Fury for PS4 in the 12th spot. A whole bunch of Nintendo Switch games, with Meg's Monster starting new in the 21st spot. Assassin's Creed Shadows in 24th spot, and Gal Guardian Servants of the Dark being new way down in the 28th spot. Still, when it comes to software sales though, Nintendo Switch is overwhelmingly dominating in Japan. And yeah, it definitely feels like that's why hardware is not selling. That was the 21st through the 27th, and then this is the 28th through the 4th, which seems like he missed a week. He's catching up now. Actual hardware sales don't seem like they were updated, but we assume the Switch combined is still selling way more than the PlayStation combined. Yeah, and I still suspect that this is a typo, because if the Xbox Series S did sell 2,414 units, it should be in the 6th spot, not the 7th spot. So my guess is it sold either 241 units or 214 units. And one suspicion would be 14 over 41, because if you hit the #1 on a number pad, a just QWERTY style number pad, then your finger would potentially roll upward and hit the number 4. But if you hit the number 4 and then rolled and typed a 1 as a mistake, it would be 244. I guess that is also an option. But why would your finger roll after? If you hit a 4 and you knew you were going to hit a 4 again, why would it roll and hit the 1 and then go back up to a 4 without you correcting it? So, yeah. My suspicion would be that it was 214. But it's kind of pointless mystery to even concern yourself with. Let's see, Dragon is Dead launches June 6th, currently early access, I believe. We'd already talked about that. Yeah. Then Stellar Blade launching for PC on June 11th alongside a complete edition. We talked about that. The Power World Tides of Terraria update launches this summer. We talked about that. Again, a good question. Is Power World really for kids? Or kid friendly? I think, again, probably. It's probably the best you're going to get. Inherently, I will say that if my parents, when I was 12 years old, saw me playing something like Power World, where characters were showing any skin, legs, belly, things like that, they would have complained about it, to say at least they would have complained on it. But I would hope the new generation of parents are a little bit cooler than that and aren't just so regressive or conservative as parents of previous generations might be, but who knows? Yeah. Inherently, I think that when anyone has a baby, the baby cries so much that it literally tortures and damages the brains of their parents, and they then are reset in a lot of ways mentally to think different ways, and then they have years of raising a baby and being terrified that the baby is literally just going to die in the middle of the night. And so there's just a whole lot of fear and protectiveness there, and none of that is bad, but it does often seem like it creates this almost 100% personality shift that happens in anyone who becomes a parent, to the point where they become overprotective helicopter parents, or just all of a sudden can't really relate to kids, or what kids were when they were, or how they felt when they were kids. Moving on, that has nothing to do with video games. Fantasy Adventure Open World Action RPG Silver Palace has been announced for consoles and PC, iOS, and Android. Console, not consoles. My rewriting plugin seems to be slightly wrong there. Nope, that's not my rewriting program. That's literally Gamatsu who said console. Yeah, it's a shame we don't have more Sesame Street games. I'm all thinking about kids now. But yeah, Sesame Street, public broadcasting, Jim Henson Company, that they definitely could have more video games, certainly, and for the early young kids. Yeah, I don't see any of them. Maybe they exist, but maybe they don't get advertised. But I imagine it's also a funding thing. And so, yeah, as funding is always a problem for Sesame Street, whether or not it's being defunded by U.S. political administrations, it would make a lot of sense for a game company to step in and say, "Hey, give us the license here. Let's do something." We saw a little bit of that in previous decades. I think there was a Kinect game, but you would expect that there would be something more, like something on the Switch that came out every couple of years, or something specifically on mobile, on cell phones, that was a bigger deal. Although perhaps Sesame Street is just as irrelevant as Mickey Mouse is these days. We are now to the Gaming on Linux articles. Counter-Strike 2 gets weekly missions and a Linux Wayland fix. So, the new weekly mission system, you get one mission each week, which will give you some bonus XP. Okay. So Valve's still trying to keep people playing Counter-Strike 2 despite the fact that it is the #1 played game ever. Very possibly because of a lot of bots being in it. And maintaining support and adding support by supporting Wayland as a desktop compositor. Yeah. Team Fortress 2 also got another update with fixes for the community and relaxed in-game chat restrictions. What are the relaxed in-game chat restrictions? For certain accounts. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of detail there. Black Mesa Resonance Decade update is out now with Linux and Steam Deck improvements and a big sale. This is the fan remake of Half-Life 1, which I think I bought this game, but I'm not sure when I'm really going to get around to playing it. Yeah. And certainly if I can just keep waiting, I may keep getting updates. Since I am thinking about making my YouTube shorts do text to speech, I'm not thinking about it, I'm on the verge of implementing it. There is a thought here that when updates happen, if the update changes the description of the game, that the videos will be even more distinctively different, giving me an excuse to make yet another YouTube short on a game I've already highlighted. Moving on, the Linux GPU control application gets a new fan control UI, automatic fan mode thresholds on NVIDIA. Interesting. Which that is certainly something I was thinking about, is like, what am I going to do with my current computer, which seems like it has some problems as far as try and make it run a Linux server at some point in the future and try to keep it running quieter. Which, yeah, at a certain point, lower powered and quieter on old hardware becomes more of a focus than having a powerhouse gaming PC configuration, particularly if you're just running Linux on it to run some servers. RimWorld in Space colony sim called Stardius gets a major update with ship combat. Let's check that out. See if we've seen this one before. Apparently not. Also, it doesn't look particularly too interesting to me. That was an erogenous click, I imagine. Nope, that's not the right word, is it? I can't think of the right word. A city building on the back of a huge creature, the Wandering Village, gets a big story update. Which, yeah. Wandering Village did look visually different than weirdly. Still seems like it is promising. Just kind of a city sim game. It's rated very positively, but it's on early access, but I'm desperately needing to take every game I can off my fall list, so I'm going to put that on the wish list instead. I still have probably 8,000 games on my wish list, fall list, and it's just way too many, and I can't load my fall list webpage because of it. Doom: The Dark Ages needs workarounds on Linux with AMD GPUs. The fix has been merged into the Mesa video card drivers. Which, yeah, this article goes into more detail, but it's not really worth talking about. Check out the article on Linux on Gaming, or Gaming on Linux is actually the name of the website. Granvir Zero Front is a fresh third-person customizable mech combat prologue out now on Steam. I imagine that was supposed to say game with a prologue out now on Steam. Does this look like anything I really would want to play? No, I don't think so. And at a certain point, I also just want to play prologue or promote prologue things. Sailblazers mixes shopkeeping and co-op survival in a fresh patch, adding UI scaling for the Steam Deck. Let's see that on Steam. It is getting increasingly, with every few days, seeing things on the Steam Deck, it's getting increasingly hard to be as enthusiastic as I probably should be about the Steam Deck, just because I just have no reason why I would play a game on my Steam Deck. Not as long as I have a computer that works. It just doesn't feel like I would ever have that opportunity. Of course, things could change. I could end up having to work some job somewhere, and then I might take a Steam Deck with me and play on lunch breaks, but yeah, that would be about the only time it would make sense. And even in that, I find most lunch breaks are not long enough for a good gaming session. I guess if I was working some office and had major hours upon hours of downtime, it might make some sense there. But if I only have an hour or even two, I can mostly keep myself busy just playing on my phone at those times. Moving on, Zotac Gaming Zone handheld is getting a Ryzen AI 9 HX 370 prototype with a Manjaro Linux based operating system, which I guess would be custom. And mobile chips and CPUs, I have no idea the level of performance there, so Ryzen AI 9 sounds like it would be a high level chip, but I have no way of knowing for certain how high level of a chip it might be, and it still is going to be way less than a desktop CPU chip. This has touchpads like the Steam Deck from the the original Zotac Zone does, but it moves the analog sticks to be in line with the D-pad up here, more like a PlayStation controller layout. And I would say these curves feel awkward, to say the least. This bezel perhaps could be blacker around the edge of the glass also. We will undoubtedly will get more announcements of handheld gaming devices, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of them are just vaporware and don't get released in the next year or two. And by that point, since they don't get released in the next year or two, then have no reason to ever be released because their hardware will be insufficient at that point. Let's see, a Team Fortress 2 update brings new server options like friends only and relaxed chain chat rules for all players. Seems like we may have a little bit more details here. And I guess we'll leave it at that. Proton 10-1 released with Proton 10 and fixes for Marvel Rivals, Oblivion Remastered, and more Linux/Steam Deck improvements, I guess. Yeah. Borderlands instead of Borderlands typo. Yeah, several games, fairly big games, being patched and having more fixes added to them, which frankly this is nice, but it is also a sad statement to really show what the state of video games in general are, but on PC in general are, is that you just have to constantly add custom patches for specific games because the specific games themselves are just not playing nicely with the established standard way in which things are being done. Which I guess is better than just stubbornly refusing to add patches and just telling the game makers to fix their games, which we know they usually won't. But it does show that a lot of work is being put in to just solve single issues from one program, one game. And that is why Proton is derived from Wine and not just Wine, as far as Wine is not an emulator. Because Wine, I think, is probably a lot more stubborn about saying the app creators need to fix their apps instead of implementing individual fixes for individual Windows applications that are trying to be run through a conversion API like Wine to run on Linux. Moving on, Rift is a beautifully designed tower defense game about pumping juice. Okay. I think the art style here isn't terrible, but the problem is it's a tower defense game. And there's only a few games that I'm really willing to give a time of day to if it's a tower defense game. That's being said, it does meet all my metrics. It's out of early access, it's rated very positively, so I will put it on the wish list instead. I'm gonna make a YouTube short on it though. Sure, why not? The Stalker Legends of the Zone Trilogy Enhanced Edition was announced with Steam Deck support. Yeah. I totally desperately... Oh, I only own one of these games. So I might be in a weird situation where I am not entitled to the trilogy upgrades or anything like that. Probably wanted to buy the first game and play it before trying any of the other games. Yeah. I don't even know why I'm really having this feeling, but yeah, the more we see Gaming on Linux talk about Steam Deck, the more I feel like I really just need to figure out some way to play something on my Steam Deck, justify its existence a little bit, and I just can't think of any real reason just to multitask. Actually though, if I get my YouTube Shorts macro and automation going, I will then be unable to use my computer for a while, so it will give me some excuse to do something. Though still, I don't think I'd play a whole game in that short amount of hours. Moving on, more Intel CPU security flaws were revealed with branch privilege injection. This is going to be really technical as an article, so all you can really say is that sucks, and keep an eye out for system and BIOS updates. This would be unique to Intel CPUs, though, at the moment. So if you have an AMD CPU, you should be on the lookout for different problems. Rescue Ops Wildfire could be a good one for co-op fans where you're fighting raging infernos. It's way too many games shown on Gaming on Linux. It's still just a weird situation where he finds games that I haven't seen before. Fusion of deck building and space Tetris in the demo of Moon Sigil Atlas has totally hooked him. Which I've seen this game and it did look slightly interesting. This is another one I can take off the follow list, though, since it doesn't have a release date. I'm trying to be as rigid as possible to get rid of things from the follow list. Yeah, and I think that is all the news from Gaming on Linux. Rogue Worlds is a free chaotic tactical roguelite platformer, now with Linux and Steam Deck support. And I definitely question how many people are gaming on Linux in a non-Bazite or SteamOS form distro. Mesa 25.06 released with AMD GPU fixes for Doom: The Dark Ages on Linux. Again, lots of technical issues. Sorry, I'm gonna start yawning. Alright, so I talked about earlier that there was a Steam data breach, and I saw somebody suggesting that you should run and change your Steam passwords. My suggestion is wait and see, because you never know if the data breach even happens or if it's just a lie, and you never know if there is perhaps some kind of spyware on Steam servers still, so changing the password would just give a new password to somebody who has breached their servers. So my suggestion is to wait until Steam emails you and tells you to change your password, or forces you to change your password next time you log in, or try to use the website. And the only other suggestion is if you are reusing passwords on any other website from Steam, I would highly recommend going and changing those to randomly generated passwords unique to each website and using a password manager. Let's see. So he reached out to Valve. Reports apparently originated on LinkedIn. It claims 89 million plus records for sale. That was picked up by Twitter, and then a lot of news websites posted it. But the initial report mentioned the company Twilio, who told me earlier today that there is no evidence to suggest that Twilio was breached. We've reviewed our sample data found online and see no indication that the data was obtained from Twilio. So now that is the Twilio spokesperson. Here we have a full statement sent to him by Valve. Yesterday we were made aware of reports of leaks of old text messages that had previously been sent to Steam customers. We examined the leak sample and determined that it was not a breach of the Steam systems. We are digging into the source of the leak, which is compounded by the fact that any SMS messages are unencrypted in transit and routed to multiple providers on the way to your phone. So they're saying Steam was not hacked, which, in fairness, I've never heard of Steam being hacked. And it seems like even if it was hacked, these would have been older text messages, which would have potentially just been maybe one-time password things, but one-time verification codes. The leak consisted of older text messages that included one-time codes that were only valid for 15-minute time frames and phone numbers they were sent to. The leak data did not associate the phone numbers with a Steam account, password information, payment information, or other personal data. Old text messages cannot be used to breach the security of your Steam account, and whenever a code is used to change your Steam email or password using SMS, you will receive a confirmation via email and/or Steam secure messages. From a Steam perspective, customers do not need to change their passwords or phone numbers as a result of this event. It is a good reminder to treat any account security messages that you have not explicitly requested as suspicious, and we recommend regularly checking your Steam account security at any time, which is at Steam-powered/account/authorized devices. We also recommend Steam users set up the Steam Mobility Authenticator if they haven't already, as it gives us the best way to send secure messages about their account, and that's account safety. And so, yes, apparently this was just a false claim. At least that is what Twilio and Valve are saying. Now, from the face of it, I'm very much leaning to believe that Valve is being honest here and Twilio is being honest, and this is all very much just a false claim, which happens all the time by hackers to try and big up themselves. On the other hand, if the CIA or the FBI contacts a company like Valve, they literally have the legal authority to tell them to lie about these situations. There are some laws saying that they shouldn't lie and that they should be honest, but CIA, NSA, FBI all have the legal authority to not only say you're gagged and you can't say anything and you just have to say no comment, but that authority has been expanded now to you need to straight up deny and lie about it, of which most companies are more than willing to lie because it's in their best interests also. So all you can really say is that if you suspect your account anywhere is not secure, do your best to secure it. If there was no hack, as they are claiming, then there is no reason that you shouldn't go and change the password if you feel you need a longer, more random password. There's no reason for you to not set up the Steam Authenticator. Yeah. And I guess I would just leave it at that. Alright, and that's going to bring us to GameDeveloper.com news, which I feel like I have way too many tabs open from that. Triple Dot is going to acquire app-loving mobile studio portfolio for $800 million. We talked about that a long time ago. Pocket Pair changing Palworld further due to the ongoing Nintendo and Pokemon lawsuit. Yes, these are all old. SAG-AFTRA publicly released its proposed AI terms to end the strike. Overwatch developers form a nearly 200-person union at Blizzard Entertainment. So, on one hand, you have Microsoft announcing that they're going to lay off 3% of their employees, which is somewhere in the tens of thousands. But Blizzard has formed a union of 200 people who are going to be slightly harder to lay off. Weirdly, in this case, it's kind of hard for gamers to really support the Overwatch developers too much, just because in general gamers are not happy with Overwatch 2. But on a broader perspective, I would hope that gamers could say, well, these game developers actually know how to make games at the very least. They're not making garbage asset flip games. So them being in the industry and maintaining employment almost certainly is going to be better for society overall, in that they might make something better down the road. At least they have an opportunity and a chance to do that. And then I've just got a lot of errant clicks. Yeah. Monster Hunter Wilds drives quarterly net sales for Capcom. Square Enix promises business reboot after year-over-year dip in net sales. All Square Enix studios now operate under a franchise management division, which even in the name that implies that everything is going to be a franchise and that there aren't going to be any major indie single games side projects. And then here we have Sony may quote pass on Trump tariffs to customers. It is considering U.S. manufacturing on hardware. I don't know how you get U.S. manufacturing on a Sony PS5 in any way at all. It's just not likely to happen. The chipset process and making the CPUs and the RAM and stuff, I just don't think any of that can happen in the United States. So you could probably make the bare silicone boards in the United States, and you could definitely make the plastic and components like that, but I still think a big portion of what makes the PS5 expensive is going to end up being shipped in on tariffs. And worse than that, there's a chance that if hardware was made in the United States, which I don't really believe Sony is considering it for a second, then who's to say it wouldn't be worse? That you would just have an inferior PS5 version of hardware coming out in the United States, and then all of a sudden there's just a need to import PS5s anyways, because the American version and the American models are just worse. Alright, and that's going to bring us to all new games on Steam. We're almost 4 hours into the stream, so let's try and go through this fairly quickly. And I opened up a lot of games, very possibly a lot we've already seen, and they may be very much in random order. So I'm gonna just go through this very quickly. Ebola Village. It's an interesting thought. It's definitely trying to look like a Resident Evil game, but Ebola does not turn people into zombies, certainly. There's slight concern there. It's one of the advantages of zombies and the zombie viruses is that nobody ever equates zombies to rabies, which in reality you could make a story about people getting rabies and acting very similar to zombies. But that would just be too real and effectively demonizing victims of horrific diseases. So here's a sniper game like Where's Waldo? Where's Wally? Except for you're shooting him. It's a multiplayer game only. But yeah, I've seen a couple of those types of games try to exist, and I don't think it ever really is going to work. And here we have a game that feels too close to a movie called Manos: The Hands of Fate, an awful movie, which I do not believe was animated. So I have no idea. Yeah, it is a surreal visual novel retelling of the cult B movie Manos: The Hands of Fate. Yeah, that is so weird. I want to keep an eye on it. I don't really know if you would call Manos: The Hands of Fate a cult B movie by modern times, modern descriptions. Then we have a Zazel game here. There's a Japanese show called Akma's Game that came out maybe half a year ago. It definitely wasn't just Russian roulette, though, as far as this asset flip game is. But it really feels like they were perhaps influenced on it. I'm gonna say no to this game. Yeah. The name is like too generic, but I'm gonna be really generous and give it a chance. Scarecrow. That might be something. Definitely going all over the place, though. You can see a lot of these are games that I've already looked at and already put on the follow list. Yeah. Starting to get really sleepy. I'm gonna start yawning quite a bit, I think. So I want to get through all of this as quickly as possible. I suppose there just really isn't too much you can really do. This is another online co-op only game. Do I want to make a YouTube short on it? Maybe. Yeah, you would think more games would be inspired by movies, or old movies in particular, and maybe not just horrible movies. But yeah, it's never really worked. Even like little movie trivia games don't tend to really catch an audience, find an audience. And see, that's certainly something that like Netflix and Prime Video could do, is you could have more group watching gameplay mechanics where you have to watch a horrible movie and then prove that you're watching a horrible movie amongst a group of friends, playing chicken effectively to see who drops out first. But yeah, something like that as like a mobile game wouldn't be the worst thought ever. That you are watching a specific movie, it searches something like IMDb, although I'm not sure IMDb actually would let you scrape their trivia, and then it asks you random questions based on the trivia while you're watching the movie, or it plays some attention to whether you are holding a button down on your cell phone to prove that you're still watching, or whether you've turned your eyes away, which I don't think a camera watching a movie really makes a lot of sense. I don't think people would want that. And that chicken mode as a concept really would just be the beginning, because it could also be just a nice supplemental trivia game for good movies also. But yeah, movies are probably dying in general, and just people don't have the time or the attention span to sit through movies anymore. Yeah. I saw a video of allegedly a teacher in the United States saying that kids these days are so overstimulated by things like TikTok that they immediately shut down into a near comatose state when they have to actually sit and listen to a teacher talking, which she certainly was making out like that was a new thing, when honestly I don't think it was, because I'm pretty sure I was in a comatose state when most of my teachers were talking to, and maybe I was just a generation or two or three ahead of the modern TikTok generation. But yes, I found teachers incredibly boring. I did not want to listen to what they had to say. I did not want to learn what they had to teach at that time. My teachers in general not particularly good, in that they did not make teaching fun or learning fun, didn't engage me, and at a certain point I have to blame the teacher on that one. I don't think this one's going to support English, but it says it does. Quite a long title here. But yeah, I guess it is always just my first thought that teachers always exaggerate, and inherently they always bang on about how it's never the teacher's fault. And sure, very often it isn't the teacher's fault, but sometimes it's the teacher's fault. Yeah, as far as why kids are struggling. And inherently, I guess it really just is showing that teachers are not being wise about embracing new technology and new styles of delivering information. How often have we seen adults go, you can't say skibbity, or you can't use these slang words, and the new language, the new speak that those kids are using. I've never seen any adult say, hey, I should learn how to use this word and add it to my vernacular and vocabulary, and then I can speak on their level and keep them engaged more, instead of preaching to them or just monologuing to them. Classes, maybe being more interactive is what people need to learn these days. Or maybe it is just teachers need to straight up make TikTok channels and make presentations that are very much like TikTok presentations. And I definitely have seen some educators do that, and they tend to get a very high amount of praise. I definitely thought in the future, and it would be more of a case that with the internet, as soon as you had a question, you would be able to look up the answer and get the answer perfectly and instantaneously on the first try. That's what I thought it was going to be. I figure even now we may very well get chips in our brains at some point where everything that can have a what's 1 + 1 type question will automatically have an answer you can just look up, in the same way that calculators can tell you what 1 + 1 is and give you the right answers universally and consistently, at least for simple math problems like that. So I definitely felt like that's the direction the internet would be more about. Of course, didn't quite go that way. It's way more about nonsense and selling you something, shoving ads in front of your face. I mean, it is really crazy that people pay upwards of over $100 for internet every month and basically have to, but then a large amount of their time on the internet is somebody trying to sell them something else. And yes, I know that money doesn't get spread around to the websites, but that doesn't mean that the end user should pay the price there. I can't speak to my own experiences that during the COVID-19 pandemic, I saw a great opportunity for a STEM group in particular, which was mostly run by teachers. I think they were all teachers, to embrace online and remote learning before remote learning was even really a thing being talked about. And that STEM group did a incredibly low effort job to do anything, and patted themselves on the back for doing anything at all, because they had plenty of examples of people doing nothing. They did not want to learn any new technology in the same way the kids did not want to learn very often. They did not want to change how they taught or how they created any teaching. They did not have any interest in really any suggestions from anybody. And I probably should just end the stream here, but very quickly I'm going to go through some of the games that are on my fall list through their news announcements to see if there's anything here that I can remove from the fall list. Actually, come to think of it, this is just going to take too long. Yeah, I think that is going to probably consistently be the issue too, is more often than not going to take too long to do any fall list cleanup on screen. And it does just make a lot of sense if I'm already going 4 hours long and I'm already nearly falling asleep to end the stream here. So that's what I'm going to do. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.